2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually.
Welcome to the Harvard Climate Symposium. The opening session will start in just a few moments. Please silence your cell phones and take a moment to locate the nearest exits. If you have not yet downloaded the app, please take a moment to do so now, following the instructions on your badge. Please take your seats. Please welcome Jim Stock, the Vice Provost for Climate and Sustainability, Harvard University, and the Director of the Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability.
Thank you all for coming to this third annual Harvard Climate Symposium. I'm really excited to have you here on this beautiful day. We have a great program lined up, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm an economist. I'm the Vice Provost for Climate and Sustainability, and I'm really excited about this. This is a pivotal moment for climate and energy. The demand for energy is increasing nationally and globally. In the United States, for the first time in decades, the demand for electricity is projected to grow sharply because of data centers, AI, electric vehicles, and heat pumps. In developing countries, energy enables the economic growth needed to lift people out of poverty. At the same time, the realities of climate change are upon us. The weather events we've seen, such as heat waves and floods, are in line with climate model predictions. Over the past 10,000 years, the period in which human civilization has flourished, temperature fluctuated in a narrow band. Because of anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide and secondarily methane, we are poised to leave that band with uncertain but negative consequences. Humanity must find a way to reconcile our growing need for energy with the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. A key source of hope is the stunning progress on low-carbon energy technologies over the past 15 years. Prices of solar power, wind power, and batteries have plummeted. EVs are rapidly approaching price parity with their internal combustion engines, and due in part to important work done here at Harvard, new methods for detecting methane leaks have improved dramatically, so oil and gas companies can sell their natural gas instead of leaking it to the atmosphere, a topic that will come up in breakout sessions today and in a plenary tomorrow. Overlaying these trends, however, is the reality that climate change and energy policy is caught up in deep political schisms, especially but not exclusively here in the United States. As you know, there have been extraordinary pendulum swings in policy, but businesses need a stable and durable environment in which to invest and thrive. So this is a moment in which we need both new ideas and a new vision for climate and energy future that can be broadly shared. Some of these new ideas are in the form of technologies. But as important as these new ideas are, they are not sufficient. Durable policy requires a social compact built on trust, common goals, and a shared understanding of how to make trade-offs. I believe that there is actually broad agreement on the first 2 points I made: the need for affordable and reliable energy, and the need to reduce emissions and adapt to climate change. But there are many views on how best to achieve those twin objectives and how to balance the inherent trade-offs. Creating a shared vision for a durable climate and energy policy requires adult conversations. Today and tomorrow, we have brought together a diverse set of views on the energy and climate problems we face. Our speakers and panelists are leaders in industry, civil society, government, and academia. All recognize the reality of climate change, but they have very different ideas about how to balance climate concerns with the need for affordable and reliable energy. I'm really looking forward to hearing what they have to say. I also hope that you will leave this event with new ideas, new connections, and an enthusiasm for moving forward to achieve our shared goals. Just as universities are addressing climate change during this turbulent time, so too are many state governments. And I'm really excited about our first session, in which we'll be joined by Governor Maura Healey of Massachusetts and Tracy Palangin, CEO of Social Finance. But before we turn to Governor Healey and Ms. Palangin, it's my honor to introduce Alan Garber. I'm deeply appreciative of Alan's ongoing partnership as we build the Institute and strengthen research and teaching on the climate and sustainability front at Harvard. Alan is Harvard's 31st president. A year ago, I would have said for this audience that Alan needs no introduction. Now, I would say that to any audience across the globe. We are extremely fortunate to have Alan as a leader today. There's a tremendous support for Alan's work across campus. He's deeply committed to the role of universities in society, deeply committed to Harvard University, loyal to this country, and has a strong internal moral compass. So his position of leadership is something that is respected across all the university. And Alan, please come up to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. It's great to be here. Thank you all for being here today. I often start a speech with a quote. And I have to say, today is the first. This is the first time I will be quoting a Muppet. Sometimes you just can't do better than Kermit the Frog. It's not easy being green. So, fortunately, the Salata Institute is not a place where easy is preferred. And I've been informed about this a lot over the years from Jim, and I'm grateful to him and his colleagues for their work. The Salata Institute attracts individuals who see difficult as an invitation to do meaningful work. Individuals who are committed to addressing climate change and seeking solutions for humanity, who are committed to seek solutions regardless of the challenges. Individuals like all of you and the many other people who are joining us online. So, I will begin with gratitude to each of you for your perseverance. Your work is for humanity, for our continued ability to adapt and to thrive on the only planet we have. Your focused efforts give hope to people around the world. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. This symposium represents Harvard at its best. Some of the world's best minds coming together to discuss their perspectives, to test their ideas, and to pursue excellence, both inspired by one another and driven by deep appreciation for the power of knowledge to serve the public good. That power is on full display in the wide range of ways in which we are together driving progress, from scientific insights that help us understand the changing climate, to innovations driving clean technologies and a more efficient energy grid, from legal and policy research and implementation, to medical and public health studies that enable us to protect and improve human health. We are meeting the urgency of the moment with the intensity it deserves, moving forward on every front to ensure that knowledge is informing approaches and expertise is contributing to decision-making across the nation and around the world. Harvard is proud to be home to the Salata Institute, and prouder still of our ability to convene gatherings like this one. It may not be easy being green, but as Kermit the Frog also reminds us, green is all there is to be. Thank you again for joining us today. Our first plenary session is focused on scaling climate opportunity. We are fortunate to have with us today a pair of individuals, both Harvard alumni, who are leading in this space with ambition, creativity, and optimism. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Maura Healey, Governor of Massachusetts, and Tracy Palangian, CEO of Social Finance and a Fellow of the Harvard Corporation.
Good morning. It's wonderful to see all of you here. I have the distinct pleasure to be in conversation with my friend and our extraordinary governor, Maura Healey, to talk about the remarkable leadership the Commonwealth is demonstrating in both advancing the green economy and expanding economic opportunities. I have to start by saying how this Commonwealth has been just kind of a long history of firsts. I think those of you who fly through Logan would hear Maura's voice as you go down the escalator. We are home to the first public school, the first public park, the first public library, and not least, sitting here, the oldest university in the country. And under your leadership, Governor, we are extending those firsts in the climate agenda. We have the indefatigable Melissa Hoffer, there you are, the country's first cabinet-level climate chief taking an all-of-government approach to tackling climate. We have the governor here being the first state to legally mandate net zero transition by the year 2050. You recently introduced a bill to make sure that it's an affordable transition. And then finally, which is largely our topic this morning, how workforce must be an integral part of the climate agenda. So with that, my first question to you, Governor, is with these firsts, you're really setting the standard of how one should think about tackling climate. And tell us a little bit more about why workforce should be such an integral part of the transition.
Yeah, well, good morning. Good morning, my friend. It's great to be back on campus and great to look out and see so many people who are so invested and care so much. I think, the greatest challenges are solved through collaboration, and collaboration is reflected in this room. Look, I think we're at a very exciting moment, a very exciting possibility. We have a huge opportunity when it comes to an energy transition, not only for what it will mean for emissions, also what it means for economic growth, for jobs. And that's something that we're very much invested in Massachusetts. And you mentioned Massachusetts, Tracy. I do want to begin by thanking our hosts here at Harvard University, and to Jim and to President Garber. It's a place of so many wonderful minds, innovators, people who are deeply engaged across so many different sectors and industries. And that knowledge-based, innovation-based economy is something that we really prize and value here in Massachusetts. And as you alluded to, it's been part of our DNA from the very beginning, whether we were inventing the computer or the subway or the polio vaccine. I mean, Massachusetts has been about invention, innovation, and both revolution, of course, on the cusp of 250 years celebrating this amazing country of ours, but also evolution. And that gets me to where I think we are right now and the opportunity that we have. When I think about the energy transition, and I talk about the need to really focus on workforce, it's because the heroes of this revolution are going to be the electricians, the HVAC workers, right? The construction workers who are out there building substations and installing wind turbines. And you could just go through any number of jobs. But what's been really exciting for me is to see, and really through the leadership of our Chief Hoffer, who is unique. I'm the first governor to appoint a cabinet-level climate chief to sit atop and make sure that we're thinking about these things like workforce development, what we're doing in our schools, K-12, and in higher ed, what we're doing in transportation, what we're doing as we build out housing, that align with this, what I believe is an imperative for a clean energy transition. And to have Melissa's help driving that and focused on that has been really transformational. So, I think about workforce. It's not just a nice to have a workforce kind of conversation. It is absolutely essential and integral, and we don't have it. For all of the policy positions taken or laws passed, none of that does any good unless you're able to actually implement and operationalize. And that's where the workforce comes in, and that's where Mass Climate Careers Fund comes in, and that's where an amazing trip to the Vatican just a little over a year ago comes in.
Well, maybe I'll share with the group what we actually announced at the Vatican.
Would you do that? Because I just, Tracy is somebody who has designed so much innovative programming that connects with workforce, and you've been a national leader in that, and now you are a national leader once more in doing that in this space as we move through this energy revolution. And so I was really delighted to be with you, invited by Pope Francis to the Vatican last year with Chief Hoffer and others to talk about the work that we're doing. But yeah, tell everybody what you're up to and what we're up to here.
Well, what we're up to is the right pronouns. So over the last year, Chief Hoffer and the Mass Clean Energy Center and we, Social Finance, co-created the Climate Careers Fund. The governor talked about the workforce required to actually achieve our transition. And it's been estimated that 34,000 new workers are needed, whether it's climate tech mechanics, electricians, HVAC technicians, EV charger technicians. And what's remarkable about these 34,000 jobs, that these are great jobs. These are well-paying jobs with tremendous potential for upward mobility. So HVAC technician starts at around $60,000. So these are solid middle-class jobs. Same for wind, geothermal, EV, et cetera. But what happens is that many of our learners and students around the Commonwealth cannot access these programs, not because tuition stands in the way, because again, our governor here has led in making community colleges free, But as people appreciate, it's often life barriers that derail workers. And that's why we have a low graduation rates from our community colleges. What do I mean by life barriers? Your car breaks down. You lose your child care. You skip a month of rent and you're at risk of being evicted. These are the barriers that real people, working people experience. So what is the Climate Careers Fund? It's a public-private partnership, government and philanthropy coming together. We're starting off with $10 million. The money is going to go toward helping low-income students address these life barriers, last-mile tuition, extra support around career coaching, job placement services, so that they can actually go through these programs in HVAC, in geothermal, in EV technician training, and complete these courses and land these in-demand jobs that are in the Commonwealth, that employers are thirsty to get this talent. Now, the arrangement is actually a unique one. It's a zero-interest outcomes-based loan, meaning that the worker would only repay the principal if they land a good job, defined as meeting a minimum income threshold. If they don't get a good job that pays well, they're off the hook and they're not saddled with debt. Once they land the job, either the workers themselves or the employers, because they now have attracted this talent, they want to retain the talent, the employer could repay on behalf of the learner. The funds go back into the vehicle, and it recycles, and so that each dollar, each public and philanthropic dollar, can be amplified and be used again and again and again. So we just started enrolling students this fall, Governor, and we're excited to be serving thousands of students in the next few years.
It's fantastic, and I mean, you know, as I said earlier, your organization, Social Finance, has figured this out in other contexts and done really super cool programming when it comes to incenting that workforce. And I love that we're doing it here. I love that we're doing it right in Massachusetts on this. And you know what, I also like that it's just so practical, right? I mean, those are real things that get in the way and real things that inhibit the growth of a workforce that we so desperately need. So to have you all come in through this fund and fill that gap is really, really fantastic. And you know, my hope is we make the most of it here and that we also see it scaled across the country. And it's something that I want to talk to other governors and states about doing.
I really want to talk to you about this more because, yes, we've been doing this in other industry jobs, right? We have a fund in nursing and IT and other healthcare roles, but the Commonwealth is the first state to do it in the green economy, to focus on climate jobs. So, Governor,
I think we should be, given
we
our
should be.
history of
Exactly.
Massachusetts
It's another first.
Yeah.
So, what is your pitch to other governors? What would other governors be missing if they don't approach the energy transition holistically to make sure that it includes supporting working people?
Well, you know, I think that there are a couple of things. One, we have to do this. Like, we need, we're in a world right now where there is an increasing demand for energy. You think about all that we're looking to power. I mean, just the advent of AI alone, for which we have a huge investment, $100 million AI hub for applied AI here in Massachusetts. You know, as I think as a governor about the continued and almost exponential growth in terms of need for energy, what's that going to look like and how are we going to get there? And the solution is through clean energy. I mean, and it doesn't mean you abandon other existing forms. We're going to continue to need those forms. But I just think about what we're trying to do here in Massachusetts and what is not exclusive to Massachusetts, but wind, hydro, solar, battery storage. We have Commonwealth Fusion just down the road. We're embracing nuclear and really all of the above. That's what we need to do. And then the question is, how do you get there? One, you got to build that stuff, right? And so you need all these clean energy workers to do it. And you also have to build out the transmission and the grid so that this energy is then delivered to your homes and your businesses. So to governors, I would say, you know, one, you're going to need this energy for your local economies. And two, this is a great opportunity for jobs. I mean, you mentioning just 34,000 electricians alone. I mean, I think we estimate that to be 4,000 here in Massachusetts alone, electricians. The number of jobs we need to create and grow. These are great growth opportunities for your state. They're great growth opportunities because they will help grow your economy with this energy that's coming in to power businesses and academic institutions and research. And also, they're a great job generator. And and we also know, prices are coming down in this space. So ultimately, we're going to be running economies that are going to be more efficient, more cost effective, really. And that's in addition to, doing the important work that we need to continue to do to lower emissions around the globe.
That's exactly right. It's the pragmatist in you, right, Governor Healy? It's good for people. These are excellent jobs. It's good for climate. It's good for the economy. And the numbers across the country are extraordinary. There's a recent Brookings report that talked about 30 million workers needed to build, maintain, and upgrade these kind of clean energy projects. So the need is huge, and it's a completely nonpartisan issue.
Yeah, and these jobs also, there's low barrier to entry, I should say, for a lot of these jobs. And we can talk more about what that might look like in our high schools and community colleges and the like. But, these are really great opportunities for people to learn and grow, and economic mobility for them and their families.
Completely agree. So, Governor, a lot has changed in our environment this year. Considering kind of the evolving social and political and economic context, how do you sustain the momentum for our Commonwealth, and how do you continue with your just incredibly contagious and positive energy, continue to transmit that message around the country?
Well, look, we're going to do this.
Yes.
We have to do this, right? Our economies depend on this. What we want to do in terms of addressing the impact of climate depend on this. I mean, and I look around, though I'm a real cheerleader for Massachusetts, I also see outside of Massachusetts, I see outside of America, I see what other countries are doing, and this is where everyone is, right? This is the momentum, and it's born out of economic necessity, okay? I mean, that's what's driving, which is why I wish the politics would be out of it, because this is something that we all need to do. And other countries are doing it and incenting this and fueling it. So what I do here is just try to keep going, right? We think about, through Chief Hoffer's leadership, through our wonderful Secretary of Energy and Environmental Affairs, Rebecca Tepper, and her team, her leadership, we just try to put points on the board and keep moving forward as best we can. What does that look like? Well, it really runs the gamut. We recently undertook painstaking work, down and dirty work, to revise our permitting and siting practices. Because at the end of the day, and this is not particularly sexy stuff to talk about, let alone convene on meeting after meeting with a range of stakeholders, right? That said, if we don't do this, we're not going to fix the grid. We're not going to build out the distribution and transmission system that we need. And that was the goal. And we did it. We did it in less than a year. We now have a much more streamlined permitting and siting process, which allows us to more quickly bring online the substations and do the grid work that we need to do. That's something that we did and that you can do as a state. The other thing is incenting this workforce and laying the groundwork, the pipeline, so to speak. And I do have to refer to my notes for some of this, because there's several things that we've done just to further this momentum. We have something in Massachusetts, the Massachusetts Clean Energy Center. It's a special thing that we have in our state. It's a quasi-public-private entity, and it gives out money. It gives out money. And it does things like support training and apprenticeship. We have, through CEC funding, 400 active training partnerships with employers in clean energy. That's a way to keep moving things forward. We have in our high schools in Massachusetts innovation career pathways. You're in high school, traditional high school. You can also take courses where you're learning a career in a clean energy job. And this is really exciting because it's also it's experiential too. It's almost a co-op style. You're learning in a classroom, but that program, that class in that high school is also aligned with a local employer, a clean energy, in the clean energy space. It may be in manufacturing, it may be in doing electrical work. It's a range of things. And the point is, we're trying to train in high school folks who are ready to be deployed, or that much more ready to be deployed in clean energy. The other thing that we have is a Climate Service Corps, and I thank Chief Hoffer for organizing this. This was the Climate Service Corps is for people 18 to 24, and bringing them together and aligning and getting them involved in organizations that are moving forward on clean energy initiatives. And that's super exciting. There are particular focus in the Climate Service Corps. Think about AmeriCorps, think about these other things in history. This is a Climate Service Corps for people who we want to help get through careers and training in things like HVAC, energy efficiency, and the like. We have an Office of Apprenticeship, okay, whole of government. So every state has an agency focused on labor and workforce development. And we have one that also runs apprenticeship opportunities and helps work with local businesses or organizations. And so we certify and help our local union, Electricians Union, Local 103, IBEW, been a tremendous partner in creating jobs and helping show what's possible in a clean energy transition. And so we help work with and expand access for the local unions. And then, of course, we've got our climate career funds. But I had to refer to notes because there's a lot going on in this space, but that's the way we're going to keep moving forward. I also, maybe we could talk about this. We have an environment where we're trying to incent and support research, founders, much in the same way that Massachusetts became the global hub for life sciences. Yep. We've talked about this.
Yes.
My goal is Massachusetts becomes the global hub for climate tech.
Yes.
And I think we have this amazing opportunity when I think about the research and some of the startups and the accelerators that are existing right here.
Yes.
And right there helping think about all the cool ways to decarbonize and housing and transportation and bring more energy online and green steel and green cement and so much more, right? We have that ecosystem here, and as governor, I want to do everything I can to support and grow that ecosystem and attract businesses and researchers and entrepreneurs to this incredible space that we have here. So those are some of the ways that we're looking to move forward. Recently, I announced a $400 million initiative to fund research. Medical research. It could be research across a range of areas to help us. It's very self-serving, guys, okay? I mean, it's not altruistic, it's self-serving. This is how we get economic growth. This is how we move forward, including in this super exciting space of a clean energy transition.
The DRIVE initiative.
We call it DRIVE. DRIVE. In government, you got to give an acronym to like everything. You got to like make words fit into things. So DRIVE, right? Discovery, research, innovation for a vibrant economy, right? That's what we got, all right?
She even remembers the acronym. That's remarkable. I am incredibly inspired, Governor, and what I'm taking away from your notes and your other comments, two things. One is that you just don't talk, you walk the talk. Yes, it's great to set these goals, but you actually have the plumbing, the pipeline, the action plan to substantiate it. Yes, it's about sorting out the permitting issues. It's about knitting together what actually happens in a community college training program to make sure it's actually effective for the students who show up and learn these skills so that they can actually land these jobs. So matching the action to the rhetoric is why I'm so proud to be a citizen in your state, a resident in your state. And the second thing that I'm also coming away with, Governor, is is not just whole of government approach. This is a whole of society approach. The way that you bring everyone into the big tent. It is business, it is organized labor, it is members of civil society, whether it's higher ed, the nonprofit sector, which is vibrant in Massachusetts. You're bringing together the public, the private, the social sectors together to really rewire the system so that it's actually serving people and immeasurably improving the lives of people in the state. So I'm incredibly inspired, and I know that we have a few minutes left, and why don't I close with what maybe keeps both of us both grounded and optimistic.
Yeah.
I'll let you go first.
All right. Well, thank you for the way you framed that. And I think it is important to really underscore that, that to do this work, well, to do anything, right? You need innovation, you need the thought, the idea for it, and you need intentionality. You really need intentionality to get things done. And you also need to work it every day. Persistence, and in the just continued day after day pursuit with that intentionality. And that's what we've tried to do in this space. I think to be effective as a government leader, that's what you need to do in everything. And then the second point is about we're in this together. Back 1,000 years ago when I was on this campus, I played basketball on the team here. I was a point guard. I'm very much about team. I still wear a bracelet, Team Massachusetts. And it is about bringing everyone in from all those realms. That's how we're going to move more quickly, working together, harnessing the talent, which, by the way, is unmatched in Massachusetts, but the talent and the know-how, and everybody's got something to contribute. The conversations we've had, Tracy, with insurance companies about how to value risk, for example. The conversations we've had with major financial institutions about how to finance some of these innovative technologies. And then, of course, the work that we've been doing, as you say, with the laborers and the trades on how we build out in this space. All of this is what is going to make it go, and I think that just needs to be our mentality as we go forward. I am hopeful because we have young people who are in our office all the time, and Chief Hoffer has brought them in through the Climate Corps. They are excited, they are energetic, and they're also unrelenting in their pursuit that, we need to get after this and get this done and make this happen. And, it's their energy that I think gives me a lot of hope. It's also the case that I look out at the companies that we have here, right here, and the entrepreneurs, and what has been pioneered or is in the works. We recently, through CEC, gave money to Harvard's iLab to help out with.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fantastic, right? And clean energy work there, an important investment. And to have the benefit of being able to see these amazing technologies that are being worked on. Some are in a lab space, some are more along a lab to fab, dynamic, and some are already commercialized. This is possible. We can do this. We just need that intentionality, that investment, and that collaboration. And I'm confident we will get there. We will get there if we bring those things every day.
I love it. In terms of workforce development, I have to admit that the term is having a cultural and political moment in this country. And I see it as a good thing. If you think historically how the United States has approached workforce development, it's really positioned as a welfare program, an anti-poverty program. How do we deal with disconnected youth? How do we address the needs of the chronically unemployed? How do we deal with the aftermath of globalization and free trade? And what I'm feeling, not least in the work that we do at Social Finance, is that the conversation nationally is changing. It is no longer just an anti-poverty welfare program. It is now positioned as, how can we equip workers with the skills to actually co-power this economy? It is a productivity agenda. It is an innovation agenda. and the workforce, the working class, is seen as an essential ingredient in our economic growth. And I think that that shift is actually wonderful. And to see also how the workforce development agenda is now bringing into much greater clarity and alignment with the climate agenda. Like I would say 5 years ago when we were doing this workforce stuff, you know, the climate people are over here, you know, the what I call economic opportunity people are over here, and those people don't, like you will never find them in the same conference. Now the alignment between the climate agenda and the inextricable link with the workforce that is needed to power it, that energy transition, that alignment is also a beautiful thing. So I am feeling incredibly optimistic for our state. I try to be for our nation. And I would encourage everyone to take the governor's message and bring it to your home state.
Yeah.
Talk to your officials. Bring this blueprint to other places.
And we'll give you the people. Secretary Tepper, Energy and Environmental Affairs, great secretary. One of her best buddies is Chrissy Lynch, head of the AFL-CIO here. And when we do events and pronouncements, and when we're talking about clean energy, Chrissy and Rebecca are right there, side by side, because it's mutually beneficial, mutually beneficial, and there's ways forward. And Tracy, thank you for allowing me to come on and brag on Massachusetts, and to support the wonderful convening that's being hosted today. And thank you for all that you are doing through social finance to help create these jobs, these opportunities, and take us to where we need to be.
Please join me in thanking the governor.
Please welcome Joe Dominguez, President and CEO of Constellation, and Nat Cohan, President of the Center for Climate and Energy.
All right. Well, Joe, thanks so much for joining today. I'm really excited about this conversation. I've had the chance to hear you speak at a bunch of things, and I think you're one of the smartest and most incisive folks on energy right now. So I think we're in for a great conversation. I'm Nat Cohan. I'm the president of the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions. We're a NGO focused on climate and energy based in DC, and one of the pleasures we have is working with a lot of businesses like Constellation. So let me start actually just by sort of stepping back a little bit on the business side, because you all made a big splash earlier this year. I know you're working through this when you announced that Constellation was going to be buying Calpine. That also has a lot of impacts and implications for our conversation around energy. So maybe start there, give a little bit of a sketch for folks who don't know about Constellation, what you are doing, and what it looks like once you have Calpine as well.
Yeah, well, thanks for hosting me this morning. Thanks to Harvard, Salata Institute, and it's great to follow the governor. I'll just talk a little bit about Constellation by the numbers. Constellation is the largest publicly traded nuclear company in the world. So we have, relatively speaking, about a quarter of the nation's nuclear plants we own. We also own renewables, hydro, and a relatively small amount of gas. And the transaction that Nat is talking about is earlier this year we announced the largest acquisition ever in the history of our sector, where we bought Calpine. Calpine, by the numbers, is the largest natural gas fleet in America, the largest geothermal fleet, and pretty significant capabilities in storage. And you know, what we will form together is the largest power generating company in the world from a publicly traded standpoint. Russia and China have bigger corporate entities, but they're obviously not publicly traded. But we will have the power output that is capable of powering Mexico, for example, on an annual basis. So it's really exciting, and what drove us to that decision is to create the scale to deal with this booming demand we're seeing from AI, quite frankly, and electrification of other parts of the business. And as we started to look at what our customers needed, they needed a company that had a nationwide footprint, could do business in every state, and had capabilities across the energy generation landscape. And I guess the other thing we were excited about with Calpine is the things we thought they were leading in. From a technology standpoint, they were leading in natural gas with sequestration. So they were working very much with the Biden administration on developing the nation's first retrofits for natural gas that would take the tailpipe emissions, get to CO2, and pump it into the ground where the geology makes sense. So a lot of exciting things to work with Calpine. It's a fantastic company. We look forward to getting the deal done, hopefully in the fourth quarter.
So largest private power generator, privately owned power generator in the world. That's something. So let me also, I mean, you've got a really interesting mix of technologies, and we talked a little bit about this before, but I want to get into it. We'll talk about policy and AI and all these things, but again, kind of set the table for folks who aren't 24/7 thinking about energy. I think a lot of people, when they think about clean energy, zero carbon energy, they think about wind power, solar. Many of us, you may have seen the wind turbines that are right behind the garage over there. And obviously wind and solar is important. That's played a really important role in helping push down emissions. You all, especially with Calpine, have this really interesting portfolio of other carbon-free technologies or low emissions technologies. You mentioned nuclear, traditional nuclear fleet. I know you all are thinking about advanced nuclear. You mentioned geothermal is super interesting. And so say a little bit about sort of what does that new mix of clean energy sources look like today, with some of those new technologies coming online?
Yeah, for us, it always begins with what's the customer you're going to serve. And so I mentioned a moment ago, we think AI is going to change the energy landscape from a consumptive demand standpoint. So what's the characteristic of that? They were building the most expensive machines ever built in the history of the world. I'll give you a little bit of a factoid here. The Manhattan Project, which we all know about, was a $2 billion endeavor. And it mobilized laboratories around the US to build the atom bomb. If you were to put that in today's economic terms, that would be roughly, depending on the discount rate you use, something like a $60 to $70 billion project in today's dollars. The data centers that we are building with individual clients exceed that amount. And the chips, the NVIDIA chips predominantly that are inside of them depreciate very rapidly. They decay with the rate of innovation, right? So those chips are state of the art for a relatively short period of time. Think about a depreciation schedule of about 5 to 6 years before the next chip is more important. What's that mean? It means if you own it and you spent $70 billion building it, you're going to run it 24/7. In fact, you want to maximize the output all the time you can. So what's that cause you to, if the principal consumptive need is electricity, what's it cause you to think about the electricity that needs to be the mirror image of that demand? It's got to be a 24/7 resource, right? So what we were pivoting towards is carbon-free technology that had the capability to run reliably. And I marvel at the governor's enthusiasm, and I think it's fabulous, and I think we need to tie into that. But if I were to quibble with her, and perhaps only at the margins, yes, clean energy, wind and solar are cheap for an incremental megawatt. But if I were to ask the question a different way, what is the cheapest zero-emission technology that could be counted on to operate every one of the 8,760 hours of the year, regardless of weather, regardless of any other consideration? You may not reach the conclusion that renewables with battery storage, for example, are the best solution. That's what our analytics told us. Our analytics told us that there would be space in this ecosystem for resources like natural gas plants with sequestration that had the benefit of being able to be dispatchable. We turn them on when we want them to be. Or nuclear plants, which run 24/7 and have demonstrated capability of being the most resilient power generation resources this nation has ever built. So that's what we said. We said, look, we want to meet the needs of our clients for renewables, and we build a tremendous amount of renewables. But we also wanted to pivot and recognized what we believed was a gap both in policy and intellectual space in this area around the need to be reliable, and especially if the fastest growing sector of your economy was a demand profile that needed that reliability and needed that 24/7 capability. That's what we did at Constellation. We started as the 23rd largest company by market capitalization 4 years ago when we spun from Exelon. We spun from Exelon because Exelon no longer believed the nuclear business was viable. I put my hand up and I said, I want to run that company. And in 4 years, we've grown our stock price by 700%, and we've gone from the 23rd largest by market capitalization to the 2nd largest, and I hope soon to be the largest company in the world by market capitalization. So the point wasn't the magic of the CEO or the management team, but recognizing that we had this fundamental gap in the way we were approaching sustainability. And it would become especially acute at a time where the growing demand was going to be 24/7. That's kind of the secret sauce here. I mean, it's, in retrospect, you know, kind of it was pretty obvious, but it wasn't at the time.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
well.
I guess I love that story, and I love I think that's an amazing bet that you made to raise your hand. I think it also traces the story of the growth of the need for carbon-free energy and all those kinds. And I know you think about it as where can you meet the need. I think about it as, you know, 10 or 15 years ago, the only game in town for carbon-free energy. Well, there was the nuclear fleet, obviously, and then there was, if you were building new, it was just wind and solar, and that always had the problem: the sun doesn't shine all the time, the wind doesn't blow. Now, as you all have you've got the ability to capture the emissions from natural gas. You've got geothermal. If we have time, let's dig into that. No pun intended. I think drill into that may be better. But you also have battery storage and so on. So we've been talking about carbon-free. Obviously, I've got climate in my name as an organization. I know you are really committed to that as a company. But we've also seen in the last year or so, obviously, a lot of the conversation around energy has shifted towards reliability, affordability. The governor mentioned affordability. Obviously, that's on a lot of people's minds. I know that's on your minds. And yet, it's also really vital that we continue to think about the climate and clean energy and reducing emissions. I always say, you've probably heard me say this before, you know, climate is not a fad. It is driven by physics and chemistry. And I don't know, you know, I would say a year ago, like, I don't know, or a year and a half ago, if you asked me what the regulatory environment is going to be in a year, that's really tough to predict because there's such a difference between the current administration and the potential Harris administration. But if you ask me in 5 or in 10 or in 15 years, that's a bet I'll take every time, that we're going to be more concerned around climate as a society. There's going to be more focus on it, just because that's the direction of travel with it. So with that in mind, I'm really interested to think about how you, both in Constellation and how do you see the electric sector, kind of navigating that landscape. On the one hand, affordability is really important, reliability you mentioned, and maybe climate gets less press, gets talked about less in Washington, but it still remains important and core to your business model.
Yeah, look, I think it's important for a variety of reasons. First, we're dealing with some of the largest clients on the planet. You've heard us announce major deals with Meta, with Microsoft, and with others. I will tell you, the conversation in the room has not changed. Yes, these companies increasingly are using natural gas because there's not another technology that could support the growth. But sustainability continues to be an objective, and for all the reasons you described, this problem is not going away. I've talked to my board about this. Probably the one chart that shocked me, universities in the West did a fairly detailed analysis to understand kind of the travel of temperature change on the planet. And everyone who denies climate has always said, well, the world's temperature has moved around over eons, and that, of course, is true. But the last time it moved 6 to 8 degrees Celsius it took about 8,000 years to do that. And what we are talking about is a 6 to 8 degrees Celsius move on the planet, effectively by the end of this century. And the models are telling us it's worse. So look, if you're a business person in this space, that's got to tell you that 10 years from now, this is going to be a more difficult conversation because not only are politics going to change, but the environment, political and otherwise, are going to change. So I think that again, if you're building machines for the long haul, how are you dealing with this externality? Now, I started earlier by telling you I bought the largest natural gas fleet in the nation. But a different question, perhaps a more nuanced question, is this. Would I build the largest natural gas fleet in the nation? And I realize that you're going to have a good friend of mine, Scott Stracek from GE, the CEO of GE, come and talk to you later today. And undoubtedly, he's going to tell you about the boom in natural gas generators, and that's all true, of course. But it's a hard conversation to figure out what's the cost of that machine going to be 10, 15, 20 years down the road? Because when you build a machine like that, you got to pay it back in about 30 years, right? It's not all coming back into your wallet in 5. So you have to anticipate what's climate regulation. Are you going to be stopped from emitting? Are you going to have some sort of carbon pricing mechanism that occurs? How do you value those externalities in a world where you think the problem becomes more acute? And then you have the underlying problem of how much will natural gas cost 10, 15 years out, especially as the country exports more and we start to see this integration of international LNG pricing with domestic pricing. So that becomes a really hard thing. One could say, look, I want to buy this stuff because I think I could buy it for a third of the price of building it new, and it's relatively new and I'll get the value. That's a shorter payback period. The long-term payback period, the things that I'm going to invest in are things like renewables with storage, like gas, but only in those areas where there's abundant gas and a geology that allows for sequestration. Hopefully the administration changes its mind and begins to support innovation in that space because I do think it's critical, and of course new nuclear. So that's where my brain is at about the future, and it's absolutely clear. I'm not moving on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you said, and I think when I talk to CEOs at other companies, and we've got a bunch on our business council. You mentioned Scott Stracek of GE. You mentioned a bunch of the hyperscalers, Meta, and so on. I also think of Dow, Jim Fitterling at Dow, and those companies, as you say, the companies that are thinking about building things that's going to be around in 10, 15, 20 years and where their business is. I think all of those companies continue to be thinking about climate. They've got commitments they have to clean energy, and they're looking to continue on this.
Regardless of who's in the White House,
exactly.
Right? I mean, it doesn't matter who the president is. People are looking at business fundamentals and trying to predict future environments, and the bottom line is the president's going to serve for another 3 years, and then things are going to change again.
Exactly. So let's talk about Washington a bit and talk about the policy environment. And I'd love to hear your thoughts both on what we actually got over the summer. I'll say a little bit about that, but interested in your thoughts, but also what more we need. So first part on what we got in the summer, I'll just say, I think a general, certainly in my world, in the NGO world, in the nonprofit world, a lot of folks think that the reconciliation bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, just got rid of everything that was in the Inflation Reduction Act of a couple years ago, got rid of all the kind of clean energy credits. And that was true for wind, and it was almost true for solar. But there are actually a lot of zero carbon technologies that retain those credits. So that was actually a win that not a lot of people noticed, but it's really important for all the technologies you're talking about. And by the way, that was a Republican Congress where we had 0 Republican votes back in 2022 for the IRA. So this is a Republican Congress saying, yeah, we're going to affirm the need and the value of tax credits for a lot of the technologies you're talking about, geothermal, nuclear, advanced nuclear, battery storage, et cetera, and for the manufacturing of those. So that, one, I'm interested in other things you see on what we got, but also looking ahead, the governor mentioned permitting and siting in Massachusetts. You mentioned the importance of building new. When we hear, when we talk and look at studies, one of the obstacles to building new stuff, and of course it varies by geography around the country, but one of the obstacles is permitting, siting, building new transmission, and that's something where more federal policy is probably needed. So say a little bit about that. What did we get? What do you see that we got out of the budget bill, the budget law, and what more do we need over the coming year or two?
Yeah, with your permission, I'll almost start backwards. I agree with the governor on permitting reform. I think that happens, but if I were to handicap it, I would have handicapped it as more likely 3 or 4 months ago. The level of toxicity in Washington, I was down there this week. Again, I spent a lot of time there. But the level of distrust and, frankly, hatred, because I can't find a better word this morning, between the two sides threatens to do things that even are in their mutual best interest.
And if I can maybe, because we were talking a little bit about this, we often think about this as, the parties, and some of that is just the Republicans, Democrats. But when I talk to folks, and I think we were talking about this, you hear the same thing, some of that trust issue is actually in Congress with respect to the administration, maybe,
Yep.
and a question of, hey, if we're going to move on permitting reform, for example, maybe there's a deal in Congress that says, look, let's just open it up, make it easier to build clean energy as well as any form of energy infrastructure. Right. We need it all. And the folks who are looking for clean energy say, well, we think that's going to win out on economic grounds. But that deal only works if you're confident that the folks in the administration are going to apply that deal equally. And I think that's where the trust is broken.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, we'll see, but the trajectory is not good. And obviously all of these events outside of the energy sector, what's happening in the media today and all of these things are further contaminating any kind of prospect of folks just working together to do the right thing, quite unfortunately. In terms of the big, beautiful bill, which I understand is going to get renamed here, I would describe it pretty much as you did. I think the level of kind of public outcry about what happened doesn't really match the text of the language. There is a pathway for projects that have been underway and will be completed before the end of the administration, kind of what we call under construction standards. But basically, if you started this stuff and you keep working on it, you'll get the tax credit. And then the question becomes, what does a future administration do with that? And historically, we've seen clean energy tax credits get pretty favorable treatment in things like reconciliation packages and other things, with the exception of this particular bill. So I think the bigger issue there, folks, isn't political will. It's the capability of the nation as we continue to take on debt to fund things with tax credits to the same degree that we have before. So if you were to say, Joe, some future Congress is going to reinstate these tax credits and that's going to be the political will, I would have to say, well, history is on your side. The wind tax credits were created some 30 years ago. They were designed to be phased out at least 7 different times, and each time there was a reason to renew them. We've seen the same thing with solar, and the durability of these things over time has been nothing short of miraculous. The question is the nation's economic ability to continue to do that, given the looming debt issues. When we're talking about consensus estimates of debt to GDP growing to 130% or 140%, and really the pressures becoming the elimination of social programs or tax increases that are about more than taxing rich people like me, but taxing the middle class, then compromises are going to occur. And I fear that mechanisms that are based in tax credits might show signs of cracking at that point. One interesting question is, does that invite a resumption of the conversation around a carbon fee, right? Because if what I am forecasting becomes true, that we're going to be cash starved, and that perhaps our sovereign dominance in terms of the value of the dollar as this kind of worldwide currency starts to abate a bit, one might argue that there is a need to raise revenue, and a tax on carbon would do just that. And there are Republicans that kind of continue to believe that. So I think we're going to be in the Wild West. Short term, I don't think it really, I think the economics of wind and solar remain pretty much as they were before, but it phases out. Nuclear, ironically, after having been ignored for decades from a policy landscape and frankly despised by some components of the Democratic Party, is now emerging as a consensus view on technology. It's the only thing that 100% of the Democrats voted for and 100% of the Republicans voted for. And actually, the scope of the tax credits for nuclear actually increased, as you know. So it's a pretty funny thing because I've been in the business for a long time. And for so many of those years, I thought, we're getting a pretty tough, bad rap. That was unfortunate. And we were never the most liked technology. We've always had this kind of elemental relationship with Republicans that's it's about national security and different things, but Republicans always like nuclear, but not nearly as much as they love the oil and gas sector. And Democrats have come to like nuclear, but largely because of the organized labor aspect, the fact that we employ just so many people, and of course the fact that it's emissions-free now in a world where climate has become this imperative. But we are not number one for either side. So I'd like to run around to the management team and say, hey, it turns out it's great to be number two, because we're like the only ones that kind of escaped some harm. So I think that's what's occurred here. Probably the thing that I worry about a little bit is even the IRA anticipated the phase out of technology-specific tax credits in favor of a technology-neutral tax credit. Look, I don't care how you make electricity. As long as you make it emissions-free, we're going to give you the dough. And that thing is dead after a period of time. So, and it would have to resume, and it's quite costly. I mean, we're talking probably about $500 billion or more scoring over 10 years. So, look, I think it kind of comes back, and I think there is a world here where the states, you listened to the governor before I got up here, it's clear that Massachusetts is going to try to fill the economic void and we've seen that in renewable portfolio standards around the nation, but the states are equally cash-strapped or more.
Yeah. Maybe I'll share, that was great. I mean, maybe I'll share a couple of thoughts about the politics, and I want to go to AI, because that's also kind of one of the most interesting parts about it. One thing, I'm really glad that you raised the issue of a carbon price or carbon fee. That's certainly something that C2S, my organization, and our predecessor, the Pew Center, has long been a champion of. We like to joke we have the eternal flame of carbon pricing we keep in the back room. We're about the only ones now, but I do think you're right. I mean, I think I continue to think, and I know there are some great political scientists in the room who would disagree with me, but I think that the politics of a carbon price will be impossible until it becomes inevitable. Because as you say, the fiscal pressures, the challenges we're going to have to find other ways of driving down emissions in a way that really applies across the economy, and the need for revenue. So we'll see, but we're actually already laying the groundwork quietly at C2ES to think about what it would take to sort of lay the foundation, so maybe in 3 years or 5 years we have a shot. The other thing I wanted to say, just briefly, reflecting on the politics, because we talked a little bit about the Congress, I think what I took away from the conversation in the IRA, around the big beautiful bill, around these, all the tax credits around clean energy and which would be saved and which wouldn't. The strongest argument we had, because my team was up there a lot on the Hill, I know you, Constable, you all work closely with us when we advocate up. The strongest argument we had as a community was the investment and the tangible economic benefits that we can see in districts and in states. And so we've had data, and this is a change, because 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I started working on this issue, it was all hypothetical. It was, oh, this is going to be great we're going to pass some climate law, and trust me, there's going to be this amazing innovation. I don't know what it's going to be yet, but it's going to be awesome. And that transition, yeah, it's going to be hard, but trust me. And that's really a hard sell for folks. Whereas now you've got battery storage plants being built. Obviously, again, Scott will be up here. You've got clean energy plants. Not enough, but just enough to point them out to folks. And that was when we could make it a local argument, and a local argument about constituencies. That was where I think we gained a lot of credence and a toehold, including on the Republican side. And then when it got nationalized and the White House weighed in and it was all about sort of wind and solar, then that's where we got really a hard time. But that's where the headwinds were. But that gives me a sense of like, that's where the politics need to be, and that's something that I think not enough people really recognize, because that's a really important asset that we have.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, 70% of the economic development around clean energy product, we were seeing this, was occurring in Republican congressional districts. And I thought for sure that wins the day at the end of it. But fidelity to the president actually wins the day at the end of it for probably everything.
That was the tension, but again, where it was the technologies that weren't in that sort of eye of the storm, that's where those economic benefits, I think, really came through. So let's talk about a little bit about AI, and maybe we'll do this, and then I'll have the last question. But AI, you mentioned it right at the top, Joe, and we're both on the board of the Electric Power Research Institute. That's all anybody wants to talk about. Sure. The board meeting, summer seminar about a month ago in San Diego was all about AI, and for good reason, because we're seeing that demand. One thing I'd love to hear from you, you talked about sort of how that affects Constellation's mix and business model. But for folks who are, maybe they've read about, how real is that demand? How big is it? I know that some of the numbers you see are just enormous, but it is, how should we think about the size of that demand and what that means for the power sector going forward?
Look, I've spoken publicly about this. You're not going to be surprised. I think it's overblown by 2 to 3x. In other words, what I'm seeing out there in the ecosystem is you got 5 big clients, maybe 6, but 5 big clients. You've got Microsoft, Meta, Google, you've got Amazon, and you've got Apple out there. Maybe you think Oracle and NVIDIA are kind of the next level clients here. And then you've got in this ecosystem probably 200 or 300 entities that are chasing those data center opportunities. And so it's the individual companies saying, hey, look, I'm going to build this $50 billion facility. I'm going to put my toe in the water in Texas, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, or whatever. I'm just picking states here. But to the utilities, because this is such a balkanized business, to the utilities, it looks like all 3 of those projects are real, right? You've got this big company saying they're going to invest, they're doing all the right things, they're putting study requests in to actually get the power. So I think you have this kind of multiples effect, and then when you get these kind of smaller players running around doing the same thing because they want to sell their projects to the data economy customers, then you've got these overblown estimates. Granted, stipulate to that, it's still going to be a lot more than we're going to be able to handle in the long term. The system, the slack in the system is pretty tight right now. And I think an over-rotation on just intermittent resources has put us a bit at risk. We haven't focused about reliability so much, and these are exactly the kinds of resources that are going to expose that gap in thinking. So that's what we're confronting. That's why gas is big right now. It's not because somebody wants an emitting resource that's more expensive or something, right? So this stuff is big. It's also dimensionally large in terms of its size. I started my career in the energy business as a general counsel for a company called PECO. It was a big utility in Philadelphia, Philly and the surrounding region. We had, call it about 6 or 7 million people in that area. The biggest commercial customer I had there were the refineries. If you ever fly into Philly, you come from the airport through this very unattractive area of Philadelphia to get to Center City. It's all these refineries. That was about 50 megawatts of load. I ran Commonwealth Edison, which maybe some of you know was the largest utility, or third largest utility in the country. It covers Chicago, talk about 11 million people, all the businesses around that. Biggest customer there were the electric arc steel mill customers. Real pain in my ass, quite honestly, because they're very sensitive to any change in electric feed, but those were 150 megawatts. When you hear guys like Sam Altman talk about Stargate data centers, those are 5,000 megawatts. That's about half of the energy all of New England is using today. And it's not only that amount of energy, which in the aggregate is startling, more than an order of magnitude bigger than any of the customers I've seen in 30 years of the business, but it is also concentrated in one particular area. You guys could imagine what the grid is. It's like all these power plants working together to feed this mesh. It's been distributed, and now it's reconcentrating. So these are creating engineering problems we've never kind of contemplated before. And then if you want to do all that with clean energy in that region, you know, think about dimensionally how big this is. So look, this is gonna strain us in a variety of ways, and utilities and power companies are thinking about it. You know, my parents were immigrants here. When my family came here from Cuba, we marveled at these big companies in the US. And because I'm a lot older than most all of you, I was thinking GM and Ford and US Steel and a whole bunch of companies that aren't even around anymore. Today, my company is, relatively speaking, 3 times the size of Ford Motor Company, twice the size of General Motors, you know, whatever, much bigger than US Steel, quite obviously, given their fortunes. And yet, and the biggest company that we would have thought of in that space, Exxon, is 6 times our size. But the hyperscalers are 40 times larger than Constellation, which could be the largest electric producing company in the world. I mean, think about that. I'm trying to chase a client around that spends an amount of money that is functionally the equivalent of my entire market cap. This thing is transforming everything. There's no utility or power company at scale yet to handle it. That's why we're spending a lot of time talking about it.
Well, and I'm just thinking about, and I know we'll have to wrap up, but I'm just thinking about the last couple of years, what we've seen. You mentioned right at the top, that's the period of time, 4 years, I guess, since you came into the helm of Constellation, and Constellation was spun out. At that point, you know, when I joined the EPRI board, it was all about flat demand and how are we going to manage this sort of, you know, slowly flat, you know, power demand in the power sector. And since then, it's just turned on a dime. And you've been right at the center of that, and Constellation is right at the center of that. It's super exciting to see that, and also really appreciate having your thoughts on what that looks like and how that ride has been so far and where we're going. Please join me in welcoming Joe, and thank you, Joe.
We will take a brief 10-minute break. Please return promptly for the next session. Please return to your seats and silence your cell phones. The next session is about to begin. Please welcome Peter Tufano, the Baker Foundation Professor at Harvard Business School and Senior Advisor to the Harvard Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability. Nili Gilbert, Vice Chairwoman, Carbon Direct. Corrine Smith-Iannaccio, Chief Governance and Compliance Officer, Norges Bank. And Chris Skidmore, former Member of Parliament and a Salata Climate Action Fellow.
So good morning. You're at Harvard Business School, and at Harvard Business School, so first of all, I'm Peter Tufano from here at Harvard Business School. So here at HBS, we start with a rousing good morning. So good morning.
Good morning.
Excellent, thank you so much. So we're thrilled to be here with you today, and let me just try to pick up the thread from the two sessions you've heard before. We started hearing about people, workforce, and government. Then we went to the real economy and technology and government. Well, the part that's missing is money, finance. And so this third panel is about money. It's about the financial system. Now, if we were in a classroom, I would say, you know, the financial system exists in order to allocate financial resources to their highest and best use. But best use for whom? And how do you do that in the absence of important market signals, like what Nat and Joe were talking about in the last session? So that's what we're going to explore here. How is it that the flow of money in terms of finance is supporting this transition towards a new energy future and to a better climate? And what are the impediments and supports to make that happen? Now we have, the title of this session is Headwinds and Tailwinds. The tailwinds you've heard a lot about. Technology, which is improving dramatically. The demand for energy, which is really quite strong, and in different places and at different times, government policies that have encouraged transitions. The headwinds are real. I think everyone was fairly kind of quiet about how they described them, but make no doubt about it. There are headwinds as well. So we're going to try to understand where we've come from and the history here, where we are right now, and then finally, how we're going to get to a better future. That's the three parts of what we're going to do. And we are thrilled to have three amazing speakers with us today. Their bios are in your app, so I'm not going to go over them in detail, but I'll just highlight a few things. Nili Gilbert, to my immediate left, is Vice Chair of Carbon Direct, but in her other roles, she's chairing a foundation's investment fund, and therefore an asset owner. She's been an independent director of one of the biggest investors at Brookfield Asset Management, and been part of various coalitions like GFANS. So Nili brings a whole variety of experiences to our discussion. Next to her is Chris. Chris Skidmore is a member of parliament, but former member of parliament and an energy minister as well. But what he's releasing this week is a new Transition Finance Council report on how it is that the finance sector can move ahead in various things. And last but certainly not least is Corinne, Corinne has this great title, Chief Governance Officer of Norges Bank Investment Management. Now, for those of us in the know, NBIM is the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. It manages $2 trillion worth of assets. And Corinne's job is, and I'll read it here, responsible for the fund's climate strategy and engagement with over 8,500 portfolio companies. By the way, graduate of Harvard Law School, graduate of Harvard College, and a fellow at the Salata Institute. So welcome to our guests, and we'll get started right now. So thank you so much. So let's put this in perspective. We are here in 2025 in America, and by the way, that's the other transition. In the first session, you heard about Massachusetts, then you heard about the United States. Now we're going to talk about the world. So if we think about the history, not the long, long history, millennia-long history, but the last decades of history, this notion of finance going into climate or energy, not energy, clean energy or ESG sort of things has waxed and waned. Nili, can you get us started and give us a sense of a little bit of the history, because otherwise people are not going to understand that this is a cycle and we're in part of a cycle.
And markets always cycle.
And markets always cycle.
So first of all, I'm happy to do that, but first of all, I just want to say how happy I am to be here. It's always such a pleasure to come back to Harvard, and I'm so proud of the school's leadership on the topics of climate sustainability and beyond. So I've been in this field since 2003. You said not the long history, but it feels long to me. Back when I was in business school at Columbia, I wanted to study how to take account of environmental and social topics in financial metrics, and I had to design an independent study to do that. Today, these topics are being taught at Harvard and universities all around the world. When I graduated from school, I remained and remain committed to those topics, but I felt like it was important, especially back then, if I wanted to be taken seriously in finance, first to go into traditional finance and show that I can make money for people in a traditional way, and then take social and environmental issues into account. But in 2005, as you mentioned, I became the chair of a Rockefeller family investment fund. And still today, I chair two and advise a third. And the Rockefeller family has for many years remained committed to mission-driven investing, and today net zero. And what I've seen over this long arc is that we've come so far, right? From back in 2003, when you had to design an independent study to work on this stuff, to today, it's a positive arc of progress. But as you said, there have been ups and downs along the way. In 2019, when all of the Rockefeller family funds that I touch made net zero pledges together, first of all, I realized the huge economic opportunity that there is in this, the huge investment opportunity, and second, the need, and that's when I transitioned my career to focus exclusively on climate finance. And that's how I became the vice chair of Carbon Direct, where we invest in climate solutions and advise companies and governments on it. So what I think that we're seeing right now is essentially a mainstreaming. We have mainstreamed, I think, to a great extent, climate finance. And this is why, as part of that mainstreaming today, you really have to talk about these topics in the context of business materiality, financial materiality, what makes sense for companies, what makes sense for investors. And sometimes that feels like a tightening, but it's a tightening that is part of an expansion that's needed to crowd in significantly more capital, including traditional capital, at scale. The last thing I want to say about that is, as part of this mainstreaming, it's not just in finance. Climate, carbon logic, sustainability more broadly is a really big part of how countries are thinking about their national strategy. It's a part of how companies are thinking about competitiveness and innovation. It's a part of how we're all thinking about supply chains, how we're thinking about security, and really how we think about the future. And so as we continue to move forward, I think it's important to remind people that this climate discussion it's not just about emissions, and the social discussion is not just about justice, that this is really about how we win as a society, as humanity in the future.
Thanks. That's a great place to start. I'll ask Chris and Karina if they want to add. In terms of the booms and busts we've seen in the clean tech sector, and maybe not so much, and then again, anything you want to add to Neely's historical description?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to say, I represent the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. It's a small country very far away, but we're also very much present here in the US. Just want to say we have more than $800 billion invested here, so we are a very happy investor here, and great to be here, Peter. Just to talk a little bit about our history and sort of the waxing and waning. The first discussion we had with a portfolio company about climate was in 2006. At that time, not many investors talked to companies about climate, about how they could prepare for climate as a sort of future risk that would come. But we thought, this is going to be important. So already in 2009, we came out with sort of clear expectation on how we thought companies in our portfolio should prepare for this future risk. And what's amazing for us who's been around for a while and worked with this is how now, a sort of more theoretical future risk has transformed into a financial reality, because that is what climate is for us. We're a large global investor, and for us, it's absolutely clear that now a climate risk is financial risk, and it's a risk here and now. And of course, we talked about waxing and waning, how much, priority climate has gotten. And we have had great tailwind, now it's maybe more a headwind, but what's been constant all the time is this notion that climate risk is financial risk has sort of increased all the time and is here and now. And what's interesting now for us, when we look at our portfolio, I have a great portfolio here in the US, for instance, on the equity side, and look at the sort of current climate policies, under certain scenarios, we may stand up to lose 20% of the value of the portfolio. So this is real financial value at stake. And that's sort of how we come about this issue from a sort of financial perspective. And let me say, we are a financial investor. We are an investor that want to safeguard and create value for future generations. And to do that, we really have to look at climate and how the climate risk translates into the portfolio. And that's why a couple of years ago, it was thought it's so important how we work on that. So we got a new paragraph in our mandate from the ministry. We have a mandate from the ministry. We are fund that's managed, we manage a fund, very clear mandate from the Minister of Finance that says we should work such that we can, the goal is for all the companies in our portfolio to have reached net zero at the latest by 2050, sort of in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement. So we mandated to work towards that.
That's an ambitious goal. But where are we in, so Norges for sure is at the forefront of this. Assessment, maybe Chris, maybe you could jump in here. What do you, as you take your temperature reading of the finance world, and the finance world is very complicated. You've got public markets, you've got private markets, you've got the kind of things that sit inside banks and project finance. You've recently come up with this new transition report, but presumably in the process of putting that together, you had to take the pulse of where the finance community is right now. So is climate mainstreamed in the way that Neely's described it? Is it kind of seen as a material financial risk in the way that Karina has? Or, I know it's hard to assess an entire industry, but based on your work, where do you think we are right now?
So if I can take the investment opportunity side, I know we've talked a lot so far this morning about what you might call green finance, so financing the energy transition itself, financing renewables, and obviously that's just a success upon success story driven by pure economics has been talked about. So when I was Energy Minister in 2019, I signed the UK's commitment to net zero into law. There were no headwinds, it was all tailwinds at the time. And I also published the UK's first green finance strategy. I think it was maybe 150 billion or something had gone to green finance. It's now about sort of 1.5 trillion in the UK, and that's great. The challenge, I think, for investors and more widely financing climate as opposed to the energy transition is looking now at those hard-to-abate sectors, what you might call transition finance, of actually how decarbonising existing assets. You know, when you look at the UK, I'm not quite sure what the percentage is for the US, but actually just doing clean power in the UK is about 15% of our emissions. Buildings are a quarter of our emissions, transport's a third of our emissions. Trying to get the finance crowded into how you decarbonise existing assets is still much a harder challenge. And that's where we need to move to now, is we've done the low-hanging fruit. You know, everyone's got their renewable energy strategies in place where we're going to end up trebling renewables globally. We're on track to meet that, not least obviously thanks to China and Asia. But sort of this challenge now around getting investors to commit to potential new opportunities does rely on new partnerships with government, new policy certainties about how those investment models can be funded, what's the role in government in underwriting that for the future. And that's why we've published the playbook, because, you know, it's a good problem to have, is that lots of companies are now publishing their individual corporate transition plans. But actually, when you add all these corporate transition plans up, and there was a report published this week by the Transition Plan Initiative at the LSE that shows that 61% of corporate transition plans have been published anyway. So the people who are doing the right thing aren't on track. They're not going to meet the 1.5 degrees warming pathway with the plan they've set out, and only 13% are going to hit the 2 degrees warming pathway. So at the moment, it's a bit like a Wild West. You know, we need to have greater standardization. We need to have an approach that sort of recognizes not all companies know how to deliver the investment criteria that the financial sector want, which is what the playbook's about. It's actually making sure that from the very start, you know, companies and also sectors don't design their transition plans saying, this is what we need to do, it's all great, and this is what we're going to, without thinking, how are you going to pay for it? Because too often, how are you going to pay to it is come in too late into the day, and the investors are not going to finance some of these projects, particularly the hard-to-abate, difficult to decarbonise projects, unless they have that policy certainty, but also unless they have the certainty from the corporations themselves. And that's what we've tried to work on, is helping to solve that challenge.
So let me try to read between the lines. So we see this general appreciation for climate and finance. We're trying to crowd in a term that maybe not everybody understands. So two of you have talked about crowding in. Who are we crowding in and who's doing the crowding? But what Chris hinted at the end was, but yes, important sectors of the world that need to be decarbonized, hard to abate sectors, are still difficult not only to abate, but to finance. So you happen to work where your minister has said, let's put this in our policy. You know, Rockefeller Foundation, they've said, put this in our policy. How about folks who don't have asset owners who are as mission-driven? How do we move some of this money towards climate and emissions reductions? What are the things that might help? Or if you want to think about headwinds and tailwinds, what are the relevant tailwinds right now? What are the relevant headwinds? Because if we don't identify them, we can't deflect them or channel them.
You know, I spoke last year at a convening of global pension funds, including many from across the US. And I spoke about the energy transitions, shocker. And after I spoke, I had two chief investment officers from red states separately approach me, and they said, I don't believe in climate change. But they said in different ways, I'm interested in what you said about how I can make money from investing in the energy transition. One is thinking about, is from a state that is a large oil and gas producer and has a high exposure to that part of the economy and really wants to diversify and de-risk that exposure, right? And so some of this is just about leaning into the future and skating to where the puck is going as investors, which is our job. The other was really interested in the discussion on innovation and growth and technologies that are needed for example, to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors. And so some of this is what I was saying before. For some of us, we came into this from a place of mission and values and a commitment to society and the environment and the future. But as we expand, this just has to become part of a broader economic and financial logic. And one thing that's important about the scaling of those innovative technologies is that as they scale, the unit economics come down, right? The economies of scale that I'm sure you talk about in this hall at Harvard Business School a lot, right? Kick in, and it becomes more and more attractive. So that's a place where government policy and incentives can really help to get the ball rolling, right? But it's also a place where the private sector and private finance pick up and really drive it to the to completion.
Yeah, if I may add, I mean, it's a bit of a strange period in the sense there's a strong momentum to invest in climate solutions, but there's also some resistance. So it's a bit of tailwind and headwind at the same time. So a little bit, but what we are seeing when we engage with the companies we invest in, and we engage closely, we have around maybe 3,000 company meetings every year and try to be constructive in understanding how their transition is, their transition plans. What we see is it's a lot of momentum in many companies. You know, it's a lot of companies thinking deeply about transition. They see it as necessary to have a business that's valid, you know, 10 to 20 years ahead. But it's not easy. It's difficult. We heard earlier today that it's hard to be green. But also, what we're also seeing are some companies are walking away from some of their climate commitments. And there may be several reasons for that. It could be some of the environment we're seeing, but it could also be it is hard. So how we see our role really is to be that sort of long-term investor that's invested across industries, also the hard-to-abate industries, and being supportive, being there for the long term, sort of being an investor that just doesn't look ahead to the next quarterly returns, but saying we're going to be here through the transition and sort of support you and also challenge companies in the journey they have to go to decarbonize. But I think we are seeing a lot of great things happening in many companies, I must say. So I feel it's the conversations has changed somehow. Companies maybe not talking so much about it, but still great things happening.
I think if you could sort of divide this into two halves. On the one hand, we've had the sort of policy discussion about how we green finance. That's been wrapped up and slightly politicized with all the ESG metrics and sustainability disclosures. And we've seen rollbacks, obviously, not just in the US, but also in Europe, where quite a lot of leaders have been sort of left out to dry by the fact that the EU has now sort of rowed back on its omnibus and commitments. Now we've got to flip it over to make it about financing green, financing those hard-to-abate sort of technologies. And what I would suggest here is we learn the lessons from the mistakes in the past around over-complicating policy frameworks. You know, jargon and lexicon that no one can understand, doesn't have cut-through in the real world. And I'd suggest two recommendations. They're not sort of by themselves comprehensive. One, and we recommend this in the playbook, is to take that mission-based approach. What is the mission that you're trying to achieve? Obviously, yes to decarbonization, yes to emissions reduction, yes to job creation. But can you set yourselves a tangible outcome that is recognizable and realizable? So for instance, we've had a lot of discussions about AI, around data centers, obviously the huge opportunity, as Nils mentioned, around optimization, creating efficiencies in industrial decarbonization elsewhere. What does that look like? If you add up all the thousands of different AI technologies that are working on this case, how can they come together around a common mission? And so, understanding that mission may be a national one, that it can be set by governments to be able to give people the opportunity to convene together and work towards a common goal is really important. And I think net zero demonstrated there was this mission-based convening opportunity around net zero, but people don't see emissions reduction. They do see tangible changes in an industry, and demonstrating that anchoring its economic growth and job development will be key. The second bit, and it relates to the mission as well potentially, is around the power of place. we heard from the governor today, obviously, the pride that she has, that she's trying to also instill across the Commonwealth in what this can mean, regionally and locally for the area, and what the transformation can look like for the area. So why don't we just scale these type of approaches up around regions and cities where there are particular industries, historic industries that do need to be transformed, cement works, steel works, coal plants, whatever. Let's focus also on how you bring that investment in across a region rather than just the individual sectors and technologies without thinking about that power place.
Although many investors are not place-based. They'll look at deals across the world.
No, that is true, but there are increasingly a number of organizations, corporations, say like Reckitt, for example, that have decided to put their investment into Hull, which is the second largest emitter of emissions in Europe behind the Ruhr Valley, because that was where Reckitt was founded. So I think there are companies beginning to realize they'll have market advantage if they actually take this leadership position.
So I don't want to create a false dichotomy, but I want to frame two maybe poles in a discussion. And that is the fundamental role of finance in society and economies. So there's a recent op-ed by two Harvard alums, David Blood and Al Gore, and their quote is they're calling for high ambition investors to stand firm in their commitment to a sustainable economy and society. High ambition investors. On the other side, the Financial Industries Trade Group had laid out quite a different position last year. And to paraphrase from their report somewhat, finance can't lead. The best it will do will be to follow and must wait for the real economy and wait for government to act. So, one side says we need high ambition investors, and the other says call us when you're ready. How do we think about those poles of the finance world? Which one's appropriate and for whom? Because they are quite different and quite starkly different.
Yeah, if I may start, I mean, it also depends a lot on what the mandate the different financial institutions have. The way we think about it is it's an interplay here. I mean, we're large financial institutions. We definitely have a role to play. We have a skin in the game. We can influence. We try to influence, as I said. In our engagement with the companies, we try to influence. We try to be a supporter, challenger for the companies to decarbonize. Having said that, even as large as we are, $2 trillion, we're still only a minority investor in the companies we invest in. We own on average maybe 1.5% of every listed companies in the world. We can't dictate. We can't tell them exactly what to do. What we have is we have expectations. So we say we're not a passive investor, we're not an activist, we're an active investor. We start with expectations, we have clear published expectations around target setting, around transition plans, and then we follow up through engagement. But in the end, we can't solve the climate crisis alone, so we can do our part. But if the real economy is not moving, it's only so much we can do. But we can still try to nudge, try to influence, use the power we have as a financial institution. But we also depend on the real economy really moving here.
I have this mental image of all the different sectors sitting around in a circle and pointing fingers at the others, saying, this is your job. Asset managers who manage money for asset owners like Norges or the Rockefeller Fund, they say, we can't do this unless our clients ask us to do it. And some clients say one thing and another client says another. The asset owners, we say, we can't decarbonize unless the real economy, the companies in it decarbonize. Norges is managing $2 trillion. It's difficult for you to move the needle too much away from what the whole economy is doing. But then the real economy companies, the corporations say, we can't do this unless our customers want to buy this stuff. And in some cases, they may still need to pay more. And the customers depend heavily on policy. We all depend heavily on policy. And so I think that it's a false dichotomy to set up between whether finance is the driver or saying, call us when you're ready. I think that all of us are facing an orchestration problem, or maybe I should say an orchestration opportunity. And within this, it's really valuable when we can realize the unique role that each sector and each actor has to play, to be honest about the strengths of each sector and also its limitations, fears and concerns, and then really organize the system in a way that we can move together, jump together, because in that finger-pointing image, what we're really saying is we need each other. But at the end of the day, Peter, the IMF and others estimate that when it comes to the total amount of capital required to deliver the climate transition, it's estimated that 80% is going to have to come from the private sector. That's private finance and private sector corporations across the board. And so I actually think, and maybe this is controversial, but I actually think that a big part of the role of the other sectors needs to be to figure out how to create the conditions to get the private sector to bring that 80% forward. And that really needs to be a big part of how we organize ourselves. One of the ways that we can do this is by co-creating investment platforms that pool different kinds of capital to be able to share risk, to be able to really create the conditions that traditional finance seeks to be able to move a lot of money at once. And I also think that another thing that would be really helpful is to be able to agree upon what high integrity standards look like. For example, if I want to make an investment in transition finance, if I want to invest to decarbonize a coal plant, how can I be sure that this will be seen and treated with high integrity across the industry by my stakeholders? So we need to agree on what high integrity is, and that's another area where policy and regulation can really help.
Maybe I can just pick up from there and kind of loop in Karina and Chris. So you talked about having all the parties working together, or at least talking to one another. The elephant in the room is obviously there's one party that's not so much talking about the same set of issues. But yet the others, the technology is moving in its path, AI is moving in its path. How do you orchestrate this conversation? How do you orchestrate this continued forward momentum when one of the voices is either absent or actually saying something quite different?
Which voice do you mean?
I mean government.
Not all government.
Not all government.
So.
But I mean, it is a reality that we have to deal with. And this is not to criticize, but simply the facts of the matter are, the rhetoric and policy are in a different place right now.
Yeah. And I think, again, coming back to learning the lessons from policy and being agile. I mean, one of the challenges I think we've got in the climate community is we commit ourselves to these multilateral deals like Paris and then defend them to the hill, even when the facts change or the times change. And we've got to be able to look at how we can reflect the fact that you have to work with everyone. I deeply respect Al Gore and David Blood, but I don't think the phrase high ambition is helpful anymore because there's no point dividing sheep and goats. We need to get everyone in the room regardless. And obviously, those people working actively against the climate transition, then fair enough. But the point is understanding the reasons why people aren't making these investments or taking the decisions they might need to take are often external to the challenges that they face sort of directly. And I would say, obviously, with Paris, and there's two challenges here. One is that we still have the national determined contribution framework, which obviously focuses on countries, which mean obviously if a country decides to pull out of Paris, it sets everything off kilter. That was into a decision taken at Durban, sort of immediately after sort of Paris Agreement. Much more successful is to think like, how can we create the Montreal Protocol equivalents of focusing on global sectors where we can develop the opportunity together and create that sort of shared form of partnership that Nili was talking about, how to bring governments and companies in the room together, I think is absolutely vital. And then there's the challenge, obviously, just around 1.5 degrees, which we all need to face up to eventually, which is that we obviously want to hit 1.5 degrees, but we've already breached 1.5 degrees probably. So the challenges, and I mentioned some of the reports that have shown when it comes to transition plans, 61% of companies in their transition plans are on track for 1.5 degrees. How can we be realistically approachable of understanding that the high bars that we set ourselves, what integrity looks like, climate crisis isn't going away, it's still going to be around here whether we reach net zero or not. So making sure that we have put in place those platforms, those investment platforms, but bring government in. And I would say that act of co-creation is really critical now. Government can't lead, business can't lead, but we've got to be able to create that space in the middle where they can both sit around a table. And that's what I think the next stage of policy development's got to focus on.
So let's stick on co-creation and collaboration. You can collaborate within an industry, or at least consult within an industry, be careful of antitrust. You can collaborate across sectors. Some of you are parts of different collaborative organizations that try to move agendas forward. How valuable is collaboration in the finance world, or is it really not so terribly valuable, but rather simply a nice thing to do?
It depends on what type of collaboration. I think if you can get better standards, that sort of better regulation that affects, a whole market, that's fantastic. If you're an investor, good market regulation, that's great. And that even if it's tiny changes, that can sort of make a big difference. And there's some great cooperation going and some great on good standards. For instance, on companies reporting on sustainability, right? You have the ISSB, this global baseline for corporate reporting on sustainability with focus on what's financially material. That's been now taken up in different parts of the world. For us as a financial institution, invested globally, that's great if we can get sort of disclosure that's comparable across many markets. And that's a cooperation or a standard setting process that a good cooperation between investors, between corporates, which has been great. Others may be less helpful. I think on the, at least for us on the engagement side, we have decided as a fund we do engagement on our own. We have our own expectations. Other funds may come from, our investors come from another perspective. But in general, sort of industries body standard setting, I think it's very good that we all sort of work towards that. And we spend a lot of time, working with policymakers, regulators around what we think is good regulation for a financial investor.
Other comments on collaboration?
So I come into the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance, where I chair US policy, as well as GFANZ, where I chair the advisory board on behalf of the David Rockefeller Fund. And I would say for the David Rockefeller Fund that being a part of peer-to-peer networks is extremely helpful. It's really helpful for learning, and there's so much to learn and test in this environment. But it's also really helpful because for us as fiduciaries, we are committed to net zero because of a concern for systemic risk. So this means whole economy risk that I was discussing before. And we can't really understand systemic risk by just looking at our own portfolio. We really need to understand the bigger picture. But then, as you said, each institution goes back to their own desk and looks at their own mandate to figure out how to implement those learnings in a way that makes sense for them. What I would say about what I think is next, or what else could help us, is both of the alliances that I described are finance sector alliances. So this is coming back to thinking about the finance sector. It has a huge role to play, but it can't do this all alone. And so I'm also very interested in seeing more collaborative alliances that are cross-sector. So even within finance, Karina has discussed engagement. Yes, we engage with our portfolio companies. we engage with the asset managers who manage money for us, but we also engage with policymakers, and we need to engage with industry groups in sectors as a whole as they think about how they're designing their transition plans. And so just on this theme that we've been coming back to in terms of cross-sector alignment, it's interesting to think about those vertical opportunities for advancing progress, but also horizontal.
Great. So we have been collecting comments through the app from a number of the audience members. So we're going to go to a couple of those. But before I do, I want one last one here, which is that you've both mentioned engagement. The flip side of the coin of engagement is divestment. And NBIM has a pretty sophisticated policy around when it engages, how it engages, when it divests, and how it divests, and whether that's permanent or temporary. Can you say a few words about how you approach this question of engagement or divestment with companies?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for any investor, the question is, when do you divest if you see a company that's really sort of far away from the expectations you have? And our starting point is, of course, we want to be an owner in companies. That's, when the companies succeed, we make money. That's how we create value over the longer term. And we engage, we publish our expectations and try to sort of engage with companies to meet those. At some point, we may say, your business model, their company, it's quite far away from where we wanted to go. And we actually don't think it's going to be viable in the longer term. So then we will divest from it, or can do, from a sort of risk-based point of view, thinking, it's a financial decision, but a financial decision from a longer-term perspective. What's good about that is that, of course, we can reverse that. So if we see companies change, we can buy them again, and we do that. So every year, we look at the companies we have done so-called risk-based divestment from, and see if we can take companies back. The interesting thing is we've done this since 2012, these risk-based divestments, and we made lots of money on it. So we sort of get rid of bad apples and also make money on that. So it's been quite a successful way of making money, but also getting rid of the sort of, as I said, the companies we just don't think have a sustainable business model.
Working on both the risk and return side of the coin works exceptionally well. So let's try some of the questions from the audience. This one, we've been kind of analytically trying to understand the finance sector and climate. But a question here is, what are the climate economy solutions and projects that you're most excited about financing? Maybe not you, or this is no inside information, but do you see the finance sector really getting behind?
Can I go first?
Yeah, please.
So one of the things the Transition Finance Council I chair the policy working group on is now working on as part of the next phase to our finance playbook is actually applying it to long duration energy storage. Obviously we've covered batteries, but what comes beyond batteries is going to be really critical. And governments like the UK are beginning to set long duration energy storage of 8 hours plus. There's hydro, there's air storage, there's lots of different type of opportunities to focus on how we can develop this, because obviously that can complete the circle around renewables. Some of the challenges around intermittency that have been brought up could be solved if we can get the storage equation right. But a bit like AI, we didn't really think this was an opportunity 5 years ago around the level of storage. Obviously, the cost of batteries are coming down exponentially. It's opening up huge storage opportunities, but it's that next wave of technologies where we've got to crowd in the finance investment. But again, the policy's trying to catch up, running to catch up, because there aren't the policy investment frameworks like cap and trade or opportunities to like a CFD, a contract for difference that applies for renewables, that is applicable for storage yet. But it needs to be solved to unlock this huge opportunity for renewables and sustainability.
So storage.
At Carbon Direct Capital, where I mentioned I'm vice chair, we invest in climate solutions, especially technologies for industrial decarbonization. And in this, we're always thinking about where the demand pull is. The reason that investors care about seeing the demand pull is because we want to see predictable revenue streams to be able to support our investment case. And one topic that I'm sure will be discussed on every panel today that we've been spending a lot of time on is AI, and specifically technologies to decarbonize data center development. The good news is that the hyperscalers, the big tech companies that are building this quickly are staying committed to their net zero targets. And so they have the demand for the solutions that can help them do both things at once. And so there are a number of solutions to provide low carbon power. I appreciated Joe Dominguez sharing his focus on carbon capture and storage to add to natural gas, especially in the immediate term. We think that that's a key solution. We are also investing in geothermal energy technologies. We're doing some work on long duration batteries, energy storage, but also think about how you can lessen the power needs for a data center with things like cooling technologies. And then also, the last thing I'll say on that is that there's still going to be some emissions related to this, and so we also see increasing demand for high-quality carbon removal. The US is not the only country in the world, and there still are some areas where the policy pull is very strong. Another thing that I'll point to is actually on sustainable aviation fuel. The blending mandates to add sustainable aviation fuel to traditional jet fuel up to 10% by 2030, coming from EU, UK, and in many countries in Asia.
Great.
Yeah, so we invest in renewable energy infrastructure, and our sort of investment philosophy is quite simple. It's also quite boring, so maybe it's hard to be very excited, but it's basically to invest in critical infrastructure that makes other, so it makes it possible for others to reach their low carbon solutions. So such as electricity grid, energy hubs with battery storage. In the short run, in the longer term, we also look at things like pump hydro storage, and being such a long-term fund, we can actually do investments that pay back not over just 5 or 10 years, but 30, 50 years, and sort of that's where we come in. Maybe not as exciting, but it's very much needed. This critical energy infrastructure for ending or reducing carbon for people who need energy, such as AI. The energy needed for AI, and that's where we come in with the infrastructure.
Well, that's hardly boring. In fact, we sometimes joke about making climate boring again. And if boring means that there are good investments that in finance sector wants to make, that advance real economy solutions and produce returns over not just 6 months or 6 years, but much longer, that's a boring I can live with. And I hope we can all live with that. Thanks to our panel for sharing their expertise today, and thank you all for joining.
Please welcome Vicki Hollub, President and Chief Executive Officer of Occidental, and George Serafeim, the Charles M. Williams Professor of Business Administration at Harvard Business School.
Well, hello everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and it's a fantastic pleasure to have with us Vicki, who is, of course, has had a distinguished career, is doing many interesting things. So, Vicki, thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate it.
I'm incredibly happy to be here because now I can tell people that I went to Harvard.
You know, these days we give diplomas for 10 minutes, so. Vicky, we don't have a lot of time, so I'll just dive in right here. So I just came out of the classroom, and I was teaching a class on innovation and how companies are signaling their innovation. I was reading some of the work that you are doing at Oxy, and it's very clear that you are signaling some pretty big bets that you're placing, your innovation strategy, as it relates especially around direct air capture, carbon storage, and so forth. So tell us a little bit, what has given you the conviction to make those bets and articulate that innovation strategy?
Well, I became CEO about 10 years ago. And at that time, we knew we needed to go through a transformation. We knew the industry was changing. The world, the industry, not just in the US, but internationally, was changing quite a bit. And so early in the history of the industry, American and European companies helped the Middle East, Africa, and other places develop their oil. But things were changing, and now there's national oil companies, so the dynamics of working internationally are totally different. So when I took over, 50% of our production was in international, and we decided at that time that to not only become a stronger company, but to be able to do the things that we needed to do for the transition, we needed to be stronger, and we needed to be stronger in the United States. So we went through a transformation of exiting about 4 countries internationally. To improve our asset portfolio, we then divested of about 4 areas domestically. Then we did 2 big acquisitions. One was Anadarko, a $54 billion acquisition. The next one was Crown Rock, a company in the Permian Basin, was about $12 billion. Those 2 acquisitions helped us to achieve what we wanted, and that is to go from 50% production internationally to 82% production US, and to have a good blend of shale development, which you guys have all heard about, I'm sure, shale development and conventional production. So the combination of shale and conventional is important because shale is pretty high decline, conventional is lower decline, but same returns over a period of 15 to 20 years. So that kind of portfolio gave us the opportunity to weather the highs and lows of prices in the industry. And for those that don't know, back in 2010, the production in the United States was about 5 million barrels a day from conventional reservoirs. So had we not had the shale revolution, where we finally figured out how to get oil out of the source rock that created the oil that moved ultimately into conventional reservoirs mostly. Once we figured that out, that's how we got to be the #1 producer in the world in oil. 13.5 million barrels a day is what we're producing today. We're the largest producer of oil in the world, even though 10 other countries have more oil reserves than we do. So the ingenuity and innovation of our oil industry here made that happen. Otherwise, we'd be getting our oil from Russia or the Middle East today. So it's important what happened there. And so going beyond that, we recognize the need to transition. And when I say transition, I'm not talking about transitioning out of oil and gas. I'm talking about transitioning in a way that would make oil and gas okay to still produce, meaning finding a way to offset the carbon footprint that we were creating as an industry. And that's how we came upon needing to find a technology that would enable us to do that. So we became heavy into looking at ways to capture CO2 from industry and ultimately to capture CO2 out of the atmosphere.
And Vicky, what do you see as different about Occidental relative to all other energy companies that might be trying to do those things?
Stole our future. Your greenwash.
Harvard University's guidelines and on rights and responsibilities are designed to foster free expression and learning. That means that a speaker is entitled to communicate their message to an audience, and all members of the audience are entitled to hear the speaker. We invited these speakers here to discuss an important topic with climate implications. You may not agree with their views, but they must be allowed to engage in this conversation without substantial interference. I'm going to ask you to move to the back, to be quiet, and to hold your signs in a way that does not disrupt the audience. Anyone who disrupts this event is violating Harvard University policies. You are not.
In the world, and you're at a climate conference? That's a bad joke. Shame on Harvard! Shame!
We're at a university setting, and we're at a university setting because we want to learn from each other, and we want to debate and have the opportunity to debate ideas. We might not agree on everything that everybody has to say, but I always say in the classroom that learning is happening when you disagree with each other and you allow people to debate. And I think there's no more wonderful place to debate and disagree than Harvard University, fundamentally, and Harvard stands for that. So I think it's important. I think it's very important to be able to hear each other and have actually ideas. So I apologize for the interruption, and we really appreciate your time and being here.
I'd just like to say that I didn't get up and leave because I do believe that there are people in this audience that want to hear what we're trying to do and that want to understand it, because it's important. It's this transition, this trying to make the world a better place is part of what we are trying to do, and we're spending billions of dollars to make that happen. We're not creating and producing oil to create a market for that oil. What we're trying to do is meet the demand that the world currently has with better products than what's being produced in other places in the world. We're just trying to make it a better industry. And so that's why I didn't leave. I want to share that story.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you very much. Tell us a little bit, how do you have the conviction, as you said, to invest billions of dollars in technologies that might be in the early stages of development, and where you also have significant risks, I would say, around policy changes, and they rely also on a policy environment that can enable those technologies? Give us a picture about that. We hear a lot about carbon capture and many of those technologies, but it's many of us don't know enough. So we'd love to hear more from you.
Yeah, so one thing that's pretty unique, and that was one of the questions you were asking, is what's different about Occidental? One of the things that's different is that for 50 years, we've been using CO2 to inject into oil reservoirs to get incremental oil. And the way that works is, in an oil reservoir, it's not like a big cavern. An oil reservoir has very small pores, micropores. In fact, the reservoir itself looks like your countertop at home, but there's oil in it. So oil is in small micropores, and some of them are so small the oil can't get out. So CO2 can get into those micropores, create energy in there, and lower the viscosity of that oil so that it pops out of the micropores and can then be moved to a producing well. The other way CO2 gets more oil out of reservoirs is that it's almost like, well, the energy part of it is like, you have CO2 in carbonated beverages, and if you shake those beverages, then when you open it, it's going to blow the fluid out. That's kind of what CO2 does in an oil reservoir. The other thing it does is kind of washes the rock so that it's able to move oil to the producing well. So you can get incremental oil, and then what happens with the CO2 in terms of staying in the reservoir, it has to stay in that pore because there can't be a void in the reservoir. So we're able to do two things with CO2. One, sequester it in the oil reservoir while also creating incremental oil. So by doing that, it takes more CO2 injected into an oil reservoir than what the incremental oil will emit when used. So that means you have net zero carbon oil that you can produce. And that's what we want to produce for the world. And that's what we think should be the way our industry does it everywhere that we can do that. Because then that would make the impact that our industry is having on the world essentially neutral. So that's what we're driving for. Now, some offshore fields, that would be impossible to do. But to do it in as many areas as we can would be the way that our industry could start to significantly lower the impact. So that's a differentiator for us. No other oil company that exists today has that strategy. So what we believe we can do is blaze the trail to develop the technology that takes the CO2 out of the atmosphere and technology that captures CO2 from industrial sites that are today emitting CO2. The combination of those two would be what we would put in our oil reservoirs to create the incremental oil for use.
A lot of people here study policy and the policy environment and how that enables companies to make investments. In the US, we haven't had, I think it would be fair to say, we haven't had a very durable policy environment in the sense that it often changes quite a bit. Can you say a few words about what is a policy environment that enables for those investments and those technological innovations to happen, and how that has been empowered by the Inflation Reduction Act, and now with the One Big Beautiful Bill, has that accelerated the strategy, created headwinds for the strategy?
It's the Inflation Reduction Act helped the case for carbon capture, both from the air and industrial sources, by providing a credit for it. Now, that credit doesn't last forever, and it shouldn't last forever. What it's going to do is help us to accelerate the units that we can build, because it provides us with at least some base level that we can count on. As you said, you know, the oil prices vary over time. We're in a cyclic industry. So to have some assurance of what we can capture in terms of revenues is important for us to be able to accelerate what we're doing. And it's going to take quite a number of these direct air capture facilities to make a difference. And so we need to accelerate the development to lower the costs faster.
One of your targets, I don't know if it has been revised, but I found it and I wanted to speak a little bit about that, is about 25 million metric tons per year of CO2 removed or stored by 2032. It's an ambitious goal. Can you speak a little bit about technological or logistical or infrastructure challenges that you see as part of that execution of that goal?
Yeah, so the challenge that we all have is that the atmosphere now has about 50% more CO2 in it than in pre-industrial times. So we're not going to be able to remove all that CO2. So where we are with respect to the climate impact is we're going to have to rely on a broad mix of energy for the world longer term. And as a part of that, we're going to have to make sure that what we're doing is lower impact, clearly, but that we're doing it in a way that we understand what that volume will be, and we can be sure of that going forward. What we always try to make sure people understand is two things that are getting ignored in all of this is the fact that we may just have to adapt to some of the changes, and we were the first oil and gas company in the United States to admit that we know climate change is happening. And so first you have to recognize that. But then you have to realize that we may have to adapt. We can't get all the CO2 out of the atmosphere. But the second thing is that we can do the things that are necessary to get some of it out. So as we're going, what we're doing here with our direct air capture is that we're innovating as we go. And the first direct air capture facility that we're building is actually in the Permian Basin, where we'll extract 500,000 tons out of the atmosphere, and we'll sequester that. Some of that will be sequestered in brine reservoirs. Ultimately, some of that will be used, as I described earlier, in enhanced oil recovery, but it will be sequestered. So the other part of that is that to get to the 25 is going to take partnerships. And so we've bought the technology that we need so we can manage that. So now it's going to take partnerships with private industry in other areas. For example, BlackRock was a big investor in the first direct air capture facility that we're building, $400 million investment there. So the 25 million it is a bold forecast, but we actually have a pathway to get there. And through these partnerships, through the innovation, through the cost down curve for the facilities themselves, we believe we can achieve that.
Have you received any pushback on such an ambitious plan and making all these investments, either from investors or from other people? I'm just wondering, it's actually a big change. It's not clear to me that everybody would just go along and say, Vicky, I agree.
So our shareholders are certainly our very important stakeholders, and they know that what we're doing, everything we're doing with respect to these ambitions, leverage our core competence. So we're not going out and trying to do something that we don't know how to do. So our shareholders know that part of it. So they have faith that we can do what we say we'll do. On the commerciality, what they're, because some people say, well, you're doing this to make money. The reality is nothing is sustainable if you can't have it become a commercial process. So we will make money from this. And so our shareholders know that. They, right now, part of the reason that we feel like this will be actually quite a good commercial venture for us ultimately, is that we are able to help those industries that otherwise cannot abate their carbon footprint. And that would be aviation and maritime. They don't have the capability to buy enough sustainable aviation fuels to provide themselves with a carbon-free footprint. So they need our carbon reduction credits to be able to do that. Now, the aviation companies would prefer not to have to buy offsets. They would prefer to have a fuel that is carbon-free. So what I described earlier, where I said we could produce a net zero carbon barrel of oil, that then can be used to make net zero jet fuel, which is what United and some of the others want to have rather than having to buy a carbon offset. So we can provide that for, again, aviation and maritime. And right now, there aren't many other options. Our cost of building these direct air capture facilities is actually lower than the cost of sustainable aviation fuels. And so we're in a good situation with being able to ultimately provide that. So in the Stratos, it's going to extract 500,000 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. About 70% of that is already contracted, and mostly from tech companies, and some from not just tech companies, but some from aviation. And we'll ultimately sell to maritime. Well, actually, we just sold to a maritime company from Japan, and traders who want to help their customers be able to achieve carbon neutrality. And what I'll say here is that we need those companies to want to become carbon-free, because without their goal to do that, and it's mostly the international companies haven't eliminated or haven't walked back from their carbon neutrality goals. So working together and for us to be able to provide them the opportunity to do that is a big thing. And we're a direct air capture facility where you sequester either an oil reservoir or a saline reservoir. That's permanent storage. And while we like the natural sinks where you can, that take CO2 and store it, those aren't always permanent. And so we provide mechanically a more permanent solution.
When we're in the back and thinking about those investments, we started discussing about two things that could help a lot in making progress with climate change. One is the ability to think about the long term and plan and invest for the long term. And the second one was working together, partnerships. And I want to touch on both of those ideas. Thinking and investing with long term in mind, how important is to have also aligned shareholders that are also long-term oriented investors? And how do you maintain that thinking inside the company as well, of thinking about the North Star, being able to think about 10 years from now?
That's been one of the challenging things of our whole transformation. It has built a company that our sustainability right now is easily 25 to 30 years with the inventory that we have to develop. We have the best assets that we've ever had as a company, and we have an organization that's continuing to innovate and lower cost and get more recovery out of reservoirs for lower cost. So we have that sustainability, but sometimes in the United States, because of the nature of reporting, quarterly reporting, it's sometimes hard to keep those investors out that are short term, and they can impact your stock pretty significantly in our industry. So we go out and we do a lot of visiting with shareholders. I'm happy to say our largest shareholder is Berkshire, and Berkshire owns about 28% of our company. They're very happy with where we're headed and what we're doing. They're bullish on oil price over time. They're cautiously optimistic, I would say, about the direct air capture programs that we have in those facilities. So I'm happy to say that our longer shareholders are staying with us. It's picking up new shareholders that's not so easy right now, because at one time the oil and gas industry was 16% of the S&P 500, and now we're about 3 to 3.5%. So a lot of investors have left the industry, and so fighting for the long-term investors is a key thing, but it's getting the story out, making sure they understand the commerciality of what we're doing and the sustainability of what we're doing, and the commitment to do it in the right way.
You're touching on something that is important, which is sometimes it's hard to attract the necessary resources in order to execute the strategy. That could be coming from skepticism about the strategy, right? So I wanted to ask you, what misconceptions do you think exist in the public or in the media, broadly speaking, about companies like yours? And in your opinion, you think they're misguided? We'd love to give you an opportunity to articulate your thinking around that.
I think that part of the reason a lot of companies may have left the oil industry and the S&P, two things. One, when we were developing the shale revolution, we were doing a lot of it as an industry, doing a lot of just testing in the field. We were, as I mentioned earlier, we were actually getting oil out of the rock in which the oil was created. That, for our industry, for 50 years, 50, 60 years, nobody thought that was possible. And so when it became possible, the industry was trying to figure it out and make it better, faster. And so there was a lot of investment by some companies that didn't generate returns. It was like doing research out in the field. If we could have called it research dollars, that might have helped. But that was one issue. The second issue is around how do you make sure that we can prove to them that our technology that oil is necessary for the long term. And so some thought that oil would go away, the need for oil, demand for oil would go away in 10 to 15 to 20 years. And so some investors were building models for 10 years thinking that oil wouldn't be needed over time. And some people that thought that oil wouldn't be needed were those who had this misconception that solar and wind could replace oil. But solar and wind can't replace oil. In fact, I heard a professor from that Harvard wannabe school on the West Coast who
they're not accredited. I wouldn't listen to them.
Yeah, well, I don't listen to them anymore. I did visit with Stanford a few years ago, but don't listen to it anymore. I'm glad to be here. But he got on a podcast talking about we don't need oil. We can do away with oil because wind and solar will be all that's needed. What he didn't take into account, he didn't say to the listeners of the podcast the rest of the story. The rest of the story is transportation. Transportation needs liquid fuel. Again, maritime and aviation. There's a lot of work put into trying to figure out, can we power airplanes with hydrogen? And finally, the International Aviation Association has figured out, and they're starting to shift to say that it's just not, we just don't have the technology to do that near term. We just can't shift to hydrogen anytime in the next 5 to 10 years. So then if you go to sustainable aviation fuels, what people don't know about that is that's a man-made combination of hydrogen and carbon. So when you combine those, that's no different than getting the hydrocarbons out of a reservoir. It's the same. And so sustainable aviation fuels, if we get CO2 from our direct air capture facility and provide it to someone who wants to put hydrogen with it to create a man-made molecule of oil, then again, those emissions from the CO2 from the air, we could say that that's the carbon part of that's zero impact. So then that sustainable aviation fuel is lower emission, but it's not emission free. And it's the same thing as an oil molecule. So people don't know that. And so for us, we just haven't been able to get the full story out. And we haven't been able to get the full story out because, as you and I were talking about, sometimes we have people that are on the extremes on both the extreme oil supporters and the extreme oil haters. When those are the people that have the loud voices, as we heard earlier, the loud voices, and we don't come into the middle where we've got people that, like I feel like we are, that want to protect our environment, that want to create a neutral impact with respect to the use of hydrocarbons on the world. We want that impact to be neutral, or as neutral as we can get. But unless we come together and we actually talk and work it out, we'll never get there. And so that's what we're trying to do. And we just can't get there if we can't collaborate. And so it's not only the liquid fuels that we are going to have a problem with and that people aren't realizing is going to need oil for decades to come. The other thing is almost everything that's in this room comes from some derivative of oil. There's some derivative of oil that was used in making almost everything in this room. So how do we replace all that? That comes from the chemical industry. How do we replace all of that? Those signs that you just saw, they couldn't have made those. Wish they hadn't made those. They couldn't have made those though without oil. They needed oil to make all the materials that they used to make those signs. So we have, with respect to trying to do away with oil and gas, that is not the problem. That's not the problem we need to be working. The problem we really need to be working is how do we deal with the emissions? How do we achieve neutral impact? That's what and if we could just shift our focus away from doing something that's impossible to do and working more towards something that maybe we could figure out, especially with the technology that we're developing for the industry. If we could move to that position, I think we could get to a point where we could find a solution for this.
Vicky, can I double click on what you just mentioned around demand and supply a little bit? And the two of us were having a conversation in the back, and you were making some comments about supply that I thought they were very interested. So you hold the view that demand will be there for quite a bit, and as you said, the International Energy Agency just came out with a report, or is coming out with a report revising their estimates. But speak a little bit about supply, because the issue of just availability and affordability is also an important one, and you have some views around that.
Yeah, in the United States, back when I was talking about where we were in 2010, 5 million barrels a day coming from conventional reservoirs. Now we're at 13.5 million because shale, right now, coming from conventional reservoirs is only about 4 million. The other 9.5 million comes from shale. But shale is a very high decline kind of resource. So, and there's a limited amount of it, because when the way the oil was created in those reservoirs that we're now getting oil out of, it came from the decay of plant and other organic matters, and that's how hydrocarbons were created. That's how oil was created. A lot of it moved out of the source rock. So now, when we develop the source rock, it's very high productivity and then drops off fast. And so when we prepared an outlook here recently on U.S. oil production, what we found based on the Hubbard curve, which is a model that was developed by a shale geophysicist for the development of commodities and resources, what he found is, based on his equations, we believe that the United States will hit peak supply in the time frame from 2027 to 2030. So after that, we will start to see higher decline of U.S. production. And 70% of the shale production, 70% of the shale production today comes from wells that were drilled within the past 3 years. So not going all the way back to 2010, just the past 3 years. So what that means is there's going to be a high decline after we hit that plateau. So the United States is at risk today of becoming energy dependent within the next 5 to 10 years. And once we become energy dependent, then it's who are we going to be dependent on? And and Russia will still have oil because Russia has more oil than we do. The Middle East will still have more oil than we do. So those are the places where we ultimately will have to get oil. Well, the other benefit of what we're trying to do as a company, the other benefit of CO2 and enhanced oil recovery, is it allows us to get more oil out of the reservoirs that we have in the United States. So out of the conventional reservoirs, instead of getting less than half, in oil reservoirs, normally you can get, in conventional reservoirs, you can get 30 to 40% of the oil out. With CO2, that's allowed us to get up to 75% of the oil out of the reservoirs. In the shale, it's very, very tight rock. We get about 10% of the oil out of those reservoirs today. We can almost double that if we use CO2 in those reservoirs. So what we can do as an industry, assuming others would adopt what we're doing today, is we could actually extend our energy independence by another 10 years by using CO2 and enhanced oil recovery in the reservoirs in the United States. So I believe that we need to do that because, again, first of all, having energy independence geopolitically strengthens us. Secondly, we can produce oil that would be oil that's net zero carbon. So it's better for the environment than allowing others internationally to take up that part of the market and to produce their oil. So we're producing a better oil.
I want to ask you before we conclude, you have had a remarkable career, over 40 years in the industry now. Has it been?
We try not to say that.
Okay, I apologize. It has been a long time. I'm wondering, for people here like us working in the intersection of energy and innovation and climate, what have you learned over your career? What advice would you give to people that are wanting to create companies in this space, or to join companies in this space, or do research in this space? What advice we might have?
I do think there are some gaps, and the gaps are in the middle. Like if, for example, we need solar for our direct air capture facilities because we want that carbon that we get out of the atmosphere to be carbon free. So we need solar, and what you need to do is look around and find the gaps. Where are there needs, and where might there be opportunities for collaboration? Because there's less collaboration today, and because it's like sometimes you have renewables on one side and you have the sustainable aviation fuel group on the other side, and then you have the oil and gas industry, and the groups are not really collaborating as much as we need to collaborate. So look for those opportunities to be more in the middle, to be more a part of the solution than trying to, in isolation, develop things. We believe that the development of these data centers, that's going to require a combination of things, because when you're trying to build a data center, and I know there was probably talk of this morning, right now the talk is around how do we power these data centers? But these data centers are going to need water too for cooling, and they're going to need a massive amount of water for cooling. And look at all the places in the United States that right now are not letting new subdivisions be built because there's not enough water. These data centers are going to have a huge demand for water. So that's something that people aren't really talking about yet because they're so hung up on getting the power to it. So if you look, there are things that need to be done. There are gaps that need to be filled. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is we're trying to build these sites that would be an all-in provider of everything that they need. And one of the ways we do that is we also are invested. We're 43% owner of a company called Net Power. And Net Power takes hydrocarbon gas, combust it with oxygen instead of air. That combustion process creates fresh water and electricity because the CO2 that's created from it drives the turbine. And then the excess CO2 that comes off of it, we can then sequester or use in oil reservoirs, as I described earlier. So that's something that provides both power and water for a data center. And so we can put that on a site that then is pretty much two of the things that are in most short supply for the data centers. And so there are solutions, but we would need investors for that. And we would need people that were interested in startup companies to help with those, because we are going to focus most of our capital on our oil and gas and direct air capture business. So there are opportunities for people to look into those kind of technologies to be a part of the reindustrialization of the United States through that aspect, the data center process.
This is wonderful because, as you know, one of the biggest trends in schools like the Harvard Business School has been entrepreneurship. People creating new innovations, new companies, so it's really fantastic to hear about some of those ideas. We're running low on time, so I want to ask you one last fun question, which is, if you weren't running an energy company, what would you be doing?
Oh, I can tell you, if I weren't running an energy company, I would be the top reporter for the University of Alabama football. Sorry. I grew up in Bessemer, Alabama, and I aspired to be a musician. I played the French horn. I was the first from my high school to make all-state band, so I thought I was good. My parents were huge Bear Bryant fans, so there was no question about where I was going to go to school. So I decided when I got to Alabama, I would major in music. And the benefit of that is If you play French horn and you're in the band, you get the free rides to the away football games, and you get into the home football games. So had all this access to the football team. It was great. But after the first semester, when my French horn instructor asked me what my aspirations were, I said, well, it's to play in a symphony, maybe Philadelphia, maybe Boston. And he said, Vicki, that's not going to happen. And to me, that reinforced in me the need for transparency, because I would have hated to go down that path, not to have made it to where I wanted to be. But yeah, the University of Alabama, I was such a football fan that I would cry when Alabama lost, and I've gotten over that now. I tear up a little bit now. I don't cry, but I have so many statistics, and actually that was part of what made my entry into the oil industry so much easier than some women. I went into the industry in '81. Now you'll do the calculation. But I went into the industry in '81, and my first assignment was to go down to LaSalle Parish, Louisiana, go out on this workover site where we had a workover rig out there, and to run that operation. So I pull up on location, and there's these guys looking at me, and I got out of the car, I go over and talk to them. And I don't know if you guys have ever been to South Louisiana, but if you have, you'd know that sometimes it's hard to understand what they're saying down there. I'm from Alabama, and I have an accent. But these guys have an accent in Louisiana. So I get out, I'm trying to understand what they're saying to me, and then what really broke the ice for me to make it possible for me to actually have a rapport with them and develop a relationship was the fact that I knew more statistics about LSU football than they did, because I knew every SEC football team and their statistics. And I have told many that I have data now that I intend to, should I ever retire, write a book about Alabama football, because there's a lot of substance there about sustainability, because we're the only school that has had a national championship. There's only 2 decades we didn't win a national championship, and going all the way back to the 40s. That's sustainability. So, and I take that information, and I took Bear Bryant's, how he built teams, and Saban, and I use all that in our corporation, and for stories. I think they're kind of getting tired of it, but I've used that, and that actually, it ended up helping me that I failed as a musician. So
well,
that was it.
I cannot opine about your music skills, but your speaking skills are excellent. So, Vicki, it has been a true pleasure to have you here. Having those conversations, even though we can disagree about many things, but that is a separate topic. About being able to have those conversations, having people like you that you are willing to share your time and your viewpoint with us is extremely important. Thank you.
Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please make your way to Batten Hall for lunch. Afternoon breakout sessions will begin in Batten Hall promptly at 1:15 p.m. Please take your seats and silence your cell phones. The next session will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Am I still saying please take your seats again? Same one. Okay. Yeah, they're just going to boost the volume. Tell me when you're ready. Oh, wait. Am I doing the intro of the guy? Oh, just that same announcement? Okay. Please take your seats. The session is about to begin. They were trying to pipe you out to the lobby, and they didn't. The first one, the level. Please take your seats. Please welcome Professor Jim Stock and Scott Strazik, the President and CEO of GE Vernova.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Scott. This is just a real pleasure having you come and visit and talk to Harvard Climate Symposium. It's a treat. I'm going to start out with an easy one. Not everybody here probably is familiar with the history of GE Vernova.
Sure.
Sure, everybody's familiar with the history of GE, but
Yeah.
maybe not GE Vernova. Maybe you could say a little bit, just set the stage, a little bit about what GE Vernova does, what are your main lines of business, its fairly recent evolution.
You bet. I mean, GE Vernova is a spin-off from General Electric in which we took the electric power businesses of GE and the digital businesses of GE and created a purpose-built company to both electrify and decarbonize the world. I mean, to put it in numbers, more than half of the electrons that are created every day in the United States are with our equipment through our customers. A third of the world's electricity every day is created with our equipment through our customers. If you exclude China from the math, China as an end market isn't a big market for us. When it comes to the businesses that we play in, that includes the traditional dispatchable businesses you would think about, gas power, nuclear. We have a large wind business, both onshore and offshore today. And our fastest growing business by a wide margin are all things electrification, both the physical expansion and modernization of the grid, along with how we make this incredibly complex machine, the grid, work more efficiently with a fast-growing software business today. So those are the three pillars of what Vernova is: traditional dispatchable power, wind, and all things electrification, and happy across all those areas to chat about them.
I think that sounds terrific. And when you say traditional dispatchable, that includes some nuclear. It's certainly GE has a long history in nuclear.
Does.
I think the first commissioned commercial nuclear plant was GE's back in the 50s, but the gas turbines is a really big part of the business now.
Yeah, that's a huge part of the business. I mean, to contextualize it, we have 720 gigawatts of gas install base globally. We have about 65 gigawatts of nuclear install base running every day. So both important, and both going into a material growth surge today.
So when I gave the introduction to this symposium, I mentioned the paired needs, the twin needs of meeting growing energy demand, largely from AI, but from many other sources too, as we look ahead, and at the same time reducing carbon emissions because of climate change.
Yes.
Where do you see the grid? Let's keep the long term, like 2035, let's say 2040, that's not really long term, but 2035, 2040, where do you see the grid evolving towards?
Well, I think at the start you have to ask yourself, is the grid, it's going to grow a lot from where we are today, and is that in its own right a good thing for the world? And we talk a lot about the grid, but let's think about all energy sources first. The reality is the world only gets about 20% of its energy from electrons today. And then when you think about that and where the world's going, it's going to need a lot more energy. And the proportion of that energy that's coming from electrons, most people say, needs to double over the next 20 years. If that happens, the energy system in totality is getting cleaner every single day, right? Because that other 80% of the energy system today is still liquid molecules for transportation. It's still a lot of coal that's attached to industrial applications. So that's why inside GE Vernova, we talk about we need to electrify to drive two things: for communities to thrive, because we need this electron growth for communities to be able to have economies to grow. And by electrifying, we will decarbonize the energy system in totality.
If I think about, so certainly wind is an important part of your business.
Yeah.
if I think about a heavy renewables grid, there's a lot of discussion about that, which I think you're in a really good place to clarify. There's actually, there tend to be two things that people point to. There's the intermittency, the sun doesn't shine all the time if you're doing solar, and that's an important part of it. And then there's a second piece of it, which is a little more technical, but actually super interesting, which is the reliability side.
Yeah.
I'd like to actually tackle those two pieces separately.
Good.
So let's first think about, excuse me, so the question is overarching, what are the, from your perspective and from a technical grid engineering perspective, what are the impediments to heavy renewable grids? And first, let's talk about intermittency and batteries. And I know that GE Vernova certainly has a footprint in batteries, and maybe there's more coming down the road.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, I don't know if you're allowed on a Friday afternoon to use words like inertia and the need for spinning reserves. You've chosen to be here, so I guess in this audience, yes. But the grid needs to have inertia. It needs to have pull inside it. And it gets that pull from rotating equipment that creates that pull. And that comes today from things like gas and nuclear that have rotating generators that create that pull. If you have a system that does not have that, the stability, irrespective of whether you can have storage to complement when the wind and the solar is not there, becomes very unstable today. There are solutions for it, though. The reality is, let's parachute into Saudi Arabia. Interesting evolution in the kingdom in every way imaginable right now, socially, but also with where they're going with their electric power system. Today, they're getting 45% of their energy from burning heavy fuel oil. They've stated that they want to get to 50% renewables, which in their case is primarily solar and storage, 50% gas. But their grid within the kingdom is islanded in certain places. And where they have primarily a focus on getting solar and storage, they're doing very large investments with us with things that are called synchronous condensers. Think about it being motors that don't create electricity, but they create that spinning reserve that's needed. If we had had more spinning reserve in the system in Spain and Portugal early in the year, we wouldn't have the challenges we had with the grid. I go there just to say there are a lot of solutions, technically, for us to continue to get higher and higher renewable penetration rates. But there isn't a solution yet that doesn't require some level of inertia or pull, whether that be gas turbines that can create that, or something like a synchronous condenser that naturally protects for some of that intermittency.
I want to pause on this for a minute, and it's, you know, if we're sitting here talking about synchronous condensers, I hope everybody's with us, but
sorry about that.
This is incredibly important because there is a narrative out there, wind and solar are bad because they don't provide us with reliable power on the grid. And that narrative at some level is reinforced by the blackout that hit Spain and the Iberian Peninsula, which happened to be at a time of very high renewable usage in Spain. And it cascaded through, and there were these big voltage fluctuations and frequency fluctuations. The entire system crashed in a matter of seconds.
Yes.
You're saying that didn't need to happen?
No. No, I mean, there's technical solutions for those dynamics that we can work our way through, for sure. Now, we talk very openly about the fact that gas power is the greatest force multiplier to enable more renewables to be built. And it is because of the dynamic that we're talking about, that you're going to need something to create very fast ramping capability for when the wind and the sun are unpredictable. You're going to need it for the inertia that I'm talking about. So we actually see a very clear pathway that gas, to a very large extent, enables that much more wind and solar to be built as a complement. And I think we'll see more and more markets going in that direction. But there are other grid stability solutions that are out there that will help. Now, then it becomes economics. And then you have to start to debate to buy those technical solutions as the renewable penetration rate gets higher and higher. The discussion does become more of an affordability discussion than can we technically solve these problems. Many of these problems are technically solvable, but many would then argue to achieve that goal, you need to overbuild other solutions to manage some of the fuels you don't control, which is the wind and the solar, and that over time becomes more and more expensive. So when you think about adding solar and wind to a grid, the first few percentage points in the system aren't very expensive. But as you get to a higher and higher penetration rate, and if you're relying upon that with consistency and you need to back it up somehow, the incremental backup is what creates an affordability debate that is the right conversation to have.
The incremental, just to be clear, the incremental backup, we've been talking about reliability. Do you mean, you're talking about that, or you're talking about battery storage and intermittency?
Both.
Okay.
Both, but storage is at the heart of it, yes.
Okay. And which of course, you know, GE Vernova is in that business too. I mean, you sell LFP batteries to grid scale solar and wind farms.
Yeah, and I think that's why we're invited in a lot of rooms, candidly, because we're not really advocating for a technology, because we play across the spectrum. I mean, if you want to think about solar, although we don't do the solar panels, we provide the controls and the inverters that manage the farms with probably 25 to 40% of the US market as an example. So this is more about how do we apply the right technologies where the resources exist. And if the world can do that, we can make an incredible amount of progress, both on the economics and on the decarbonization. But we got to apply the right technologies where the right resources are there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There strikes me as two pieces. I want to keep talking a little bit about the technology side, just because it's fun.
I agree.
But then I want to actually switch over to the policy side, because one needs to have a durable policy environment in which all of those changes can actually happen.
Yeah.
But let's just stick with, and let me go a little bit down this road. We had a very interesting conversation this morning with Joe Dominguez of Constellation Energy, and he was saying that they had done a variety of calculations, and they're fairly convinced that it's quite plausible that from an economics perspective, that nuclear would be new nuclear is a viable option to meet data center level 24/7 demand. Which I have to say surprised me. So it surprised me because, I mean, just thinking about the economics of it, my gosh, it takes forever to build those things.
Yeah.
They're expensive, and incredibly expensive. All we've seen is giant cost overruns. Our history is not good in the last, 3 decades in the United States in this area. And you know, the solar and so renewables are very inexpensive, especially solar panels, but wind is also very inexpensive. And if you pair it with batteries, of which there's many exciting new technologies coming online, flow batteries and iron air batteries, and even crazy things like mechanical storage.
Yeah.
I just was surprised by the economics, but it's your business, not my business.
Well, let's dive into that a little bit. So I think you first have to ask yourself, again, going back to the right technology for the right application. And a lot of these, let's not call them data centers per se. I think this is actually an important distinction with where the world is going. The hyperscalers have been building data centers for a long time. And really what they have been historically are real estate transactions with storage for cloud computing close to the markets in which they needed to serve, and the technical requirements in legacy data centers was frankly not that challenging. What's shifting is now what's really being built are AI factories. and AI infrastructure which has a much higher performance requirement. And the higher performance requirement goes from the power generation all the way to the rack with the NVIDIA chips, because the load inside these AI factories are like massive, complex infrastructure projects that on their own have a whole different game of expectation. And if you just think about AI and how it's going to cycle very quickly up and down based on needs, that's different than what cloud computing was, building them in Maryland decades ago. When you need that level of performance, you're going to need another level of responsiveness to follow it. So just think about cars. Think about any of us with electric vehicles, how much more thrust we get with an electric vehicle versus even a gas-powered car. Data center hyperscalers are saying, I need that performance, and it has to always work, always. When that's the bar of expectation, all of a sudden you're going to be putting a technology that can follow that load, and that's going to be gas or that's going to be nuclear. It's not going to be a hodgepodge of technologies put together in an orchestra that follows those operating parameters. And that's where Joe has a great opportunity to serve that market with the technologies that he has.
But that's sort of, isn't that moving away from the concept of having a grid to begin with? I mean, that's saying, you know, yeah, I'm going to have this nuclear plant to serve this data center, and I can understand why a data center might actually think about that because they want to have this certainty, but like, that's what the grid is for, is to integrate over all of these different sorts of sources and to be able to do that in an economically efficient way.
And over time, it will. But what's happening right now is the build that is needed is so fast, the grid's going to have a hard time keeping up. So there's going to be a lot of build over the course of the next 5 to 10 years that on day one is not grid connected. And there are a lot of people in the industry and in the country that believe, both for their business models, but also from a national security perspective, we need to move at pace. You aren't going to have discussions with customers, I don't, that believe they'll be islanded forever. Ultimately, the connections are going to be made to the grid. And then for us as rate-based consumers, ultimately we're going to benefit from that system, because what ultimately is going to happen is these large power generation factories are going to be built to power these AI factories. Later, they're going to get connected to the grid. And as they get connected to the grid, that's going to be another form of power generation that when reserve margins are really, really low, utilities are going to be able to draw from. And they're going to ultimately benefit from it, because today, when they project that they're getting lower and lower with reserve margins, what do they have to do? They have to build new capacity because they have an obligation to serve the communities that they're in. Tomorrow, they'll have opportunities to draw from some of those power generation sources. And that's ultimately a big deal in these communities, and ultimately will be savings for the system in totality, because what you have to think to yourself is, which is more expensive? Building incremental capacity for reserve margins getting really thin, or connecting the grid to that data center? I can tell you, because we do both, connecting, it's cheaper. The problem is it's really hard right now to get the permits and to get the applications through that allow those grid connections to happen. And that's one of the things we need to work on in the country quickly.
I think that's a really good point. I was going to give you a question about virtual power plants, but we're going to all stop being nerdy, and we're going to start talking a little bit about policy. This is a great opportunity to pivot and think about permitting reform and interconnection issues, so those sorts of families of issues. So why don't you just say a few words about the interconnection problem? And also, my understanding is that there's some pretty cool AI technology, including some stuff that's being done here, spun out from Harvard, about ways to really speed up or expedite the process. In fact, we had an interesting panel just a couple hours ago where there is some discussion about using AI to expedite the process of interconnection studies. Do you actually see any hope for this really becoming expedited in the short run? What should the FERC do or ISOs do? What needs to happen?
Well, I think there definitely is a better way to prioritize projects that are most shovel ready to get built and then to be connected to the grid in order of real priority versus the order that they submitted their request. So, I mean, we have a lot of places in the country that are just very, I'll say, robotic on how we manage the interconnect queue of deciding what the next connection is that gets done. Beyond being robotic and not necessarily picking the most important project at the most important moment, there are other trades that we probably need to think about to improve how we work the system. And there's no reason AI can't play a role with helping with that, and I think we'll get there, and get there quickly. We're going to have to. So, yeah, I have optimism in that regard that we'll make progress and move at pace.
That seemed another challenge. It's related, but separate challenge is actually building the transmission and building other energy siting facilities. So energy siting has become slower and slower and slower in the United States, and that's on everybody's radar. And in fact, I believe the next session we're going to have Representative Peters talk about a bill that he and colleagues from the Problem Solvers Caucus in the House dropped yesterday, a bipartisan bill on permitting reform. So what's your wish list on the permitting reform agenda?
Well, I mean, I want to go back to the technology for one moment, because part of how we solve political problems is with technology, okay? And that's how we try to think about the company. But part of the challenge that we have is there's a lot of communities that need infrastructure investment made that don't necessarily feel like they're winners as high voltage transmission lines are built in this country. Because you have a dynamic where a lot of the good sun and wind that we still have to build on is very far away from the load source. The interconnection lines disrupt those communities, but they don't actually benefit, okay? So what do? Do we cry in our beer over that, or do we fix it? So as an example, one of the things we're working on with high voltage transmission lines is something that we call HVDC taps. In essence, what it allows the technology to do is for communities along the way to tap in to that long duration transmission line. Why is that important? Because we need these communities to be winners, and then for the process to get new projects to approved to be expedited. It doesn't mean that we need a system that doesn't allow everybody to have a vote. It doesn't mean we don't need a system where every community gets a chance to review how transmission lines are built. That's necessary for this country to run the way it's supposed to run. But the process needs to be governed for how long that debate can happen. And although we don't play in that game, we're hopeful with technology that we're building that allows the electrons to be tapped along the way versus just at the end, more of these approval processes happen faster.
Yeah, that's terrific. And I remember when we spoke back in December, you talked about, from an offshore wind siting perspective, how it was and how important it was to get buy-in from the local communities that were going to have either the transmission coming on shore at those points, and the stations that would be doing that, during the connections, or the ones where they might experience some of the construction, even if they can't see it visibly.
Yeah, and I mean, we need to make trades there. I mean, I'm open about the fact that we're building an offshore wind farm right now off the coast of Massachusetts, and there's a lot of the community that's not in love with that wind farm being built. If I do the compare and contrast to the offshore wind farms that are being built today in the North Sea, the community views it as a savior for what's needed for them to continue to have energy independence relative to their alternative of debating Russian gas. Okay, so again, how do we take the resources that we have and apply the right technologies where the right resources are that the communities in which we're doing these investments feel like they're thriving? And thrive as a concept is one of the 4 pillars that we run the company with every day. Electrify, decarb, make sure the communities feel like they're thriving where we're working, and ultimately get modestly better every day in conserving the resources that we have internally. But that comes back to just not picking winners and losers with technology in an oversimplified global debate, but applying the right technologies where the resources exist and where the communities support it and feel like they're thriving because of it.
I think that's a really good observation. I'm going to stick with offshore wind for a little bit because wind is a big part of your business and you produce some of the largest turbines in the world. Oh, now I get to ask how you pronounce it. Haliade-X. Okay, so these are big and they're being installed globally. Domestically, I think it's no secret that this administration is not a particularly big fan of offshore wind. I think a real shockwave was sent, well, there's been a number of different actions, but maybe the biggest shockwave was the stop work order on Revolution Wind off the shore of Rhode Island after, I think, $5 billion had already been sunk into the ground and a good chunk of the turbines were already installed. But that's not the only thing. There were some withdrawals of funds or cancellations of projects. I think $670 billion announced just at the end of last month by the Department of Transportation for port upgrades along the East Coast that would have been serving, that would have been helping to build those offshore wind farms. I mean, how do you plan in that environment? That's a piece of your business. And while gas turbines, you've got this big back order now.
Well, when it comes to wind, and broadly, I think it's better to talk about wind in totality, onshore and offshore in this vein. I mean, in totality, about half of the onshore wind turbines or wind energy that the country gets in the US is with our wind turbines. So it's an important part of our business and something we have a lot of pride for the role that we've played over a long period of time. All that said, the wind industry in totality hasn't performed at its absolute best during the most recent chapter with reliability, with quality out in the field. And our focus during some of the moments of, let's say, policy uncertainty is to focus on what we can control. So we're continuing to invest in our wind business, acknowledging there are elements of the wind industry that have struggled in the most recent past. And we're using this period of time where we do have a little bit more paralysis with the end markets to not suck our thumbs, but to actually make a better wind business. So, I mean, we're investing in this business to prepare for what follows. And there's a lot of technology that's needed in the wind industry. I would tell you that the industry is too manual. Relative to any other of my competing technologies, the manufacturing process is too manual. We need to automate a lot of elements of this. I would tell you that to service a wind farm, whether it be onshore or offshore, they're in remote locations. One of the toughest things is to service them in a reliable way when things go wrong because they're in remote spots. Frankly, we need to use robotics in a more active way to service wind farms today. So our focus ultimately comes back to how do we serve the markets on what they're giving us. And our wind market is softer today in demand, but that's giving us an opportunity to take a step back, breathe through that softness, and ideally build a more durable business model and a more durable product for the long term. And that's exactly what we're doing.
A theme that we've had over the course of the day, and this was the case with Joe Dominguez when he spoke, and it was with Vicky Holub, is this challenge of balancing energy growth with the need to reduce our carbon
Yes.
emissions. That is a difficult conversation these days, and in a way, it seems like it's a far too difficult conversation. I mean, I say this often as a joke, usually not in public. It's how do we make climate boring again? Or it's certainly how do we make energy boring again?
Yeah.
And it seems like there'd be a lot of good if we could make energy boring again. How does that happen?
Well, I don't think it's going to be boring anytime soon. But I don't know if that's a bad thing.
I mean in terms of the public discourse.
I understand.
The tone, the volume of the public discourse and the temperature.
No, I understand. I think this increased, to the first part of the thesis of the challenge with the growth that we're seeing, and then how do we continue to take on the climate dynamic simultaneously?
Yeah.
To me, as the CEO of this business, there's no better time to make investments for the long term than when we're experiencing a lot of growth. It's one thing to try to transform your business and the industry in a flat market. It's another in the best growth cycle we've experienced in 50 years. So what I tell our teams every day and myself is this is the opportune time to make the investments that scale technologies for the long term that maybe I couldn't have afforded to lean into when I had no revenue growth. But we're able to lean in more aggressively to small modular reactors today than we could have if there wasn't incremental load growth. The hyperscalers are helping us with that and funding it in different ways. We're making real progress with direct air capture today. We'll make an announcement next week at Climate Week on a material project with direct air capture that will get commissioned next year that ultimately will be capable of applying that technology to point source, or as an example, to gas turbines to decarbonize our gas fleet in the US. The reality is those are two examples of technology that as a company, we're able to lean into more aggressively because of the growth and because the customers that are driving a lot of the growth care deeply about their sustainability objectives. Now, that doesn't mean there's not going to be more electric load in the near term. There is, and a lot of it's going to be unabated gas in the next 5 to 10 years. But we talk all the time about $1 invested in gas is not $1 invested in carbon indefinitely. We know how to decarbonize a gas plant, whether it be what we believe is going to be a more economic answer with carbon capture. We certainly can do hydrogen. The challenge is the economics of green hydrogen, at least, is really, really difficult. But we have over 8 million operating hours with hydrogen with our gas turbines. So I actually would tell you that this cycle we're in, for me, is much easier to be confident about the fact that in 2035 and 2040, we're going to be much further along. I can assure you we're going to be further along with nuclear and carbon capture because of this growth than we would have if we were in a flat environment. So I struggle with the negativity or the apprehension over woe is the planet because there's a need for more electrons right now. That's going to drive innovation at scale to a level that wouldn't have happened otherwise, and faster.
I'm going to turn, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn to a more local question.
Great.
Just in our remaining little time.
Please.
Just this week, was it yesterday, 2 days ago? There's an announcement about a $50 million collaboration between GE Vernova and MIT, graduate students and research and so forth. I'd love to hear about that, and I'd love to hear about any goals you have for other neighbors.
Well, I think you left you had the right adjective with the neighbors, because we chose Cambridge as our home because we think this ecosystem was the best ecosystem for us to innovate and to partner and affect the world in a positive way. And that includes the universities that are here. Our offices are walking distance from MIT, and we're incredibly encouraged with our collaboration there. Now, what I've said many times is I meet many 20-something-year-olds that believe that climate change is their generation's biggest challenge, but then when I ask them where they're going to start their careers, they give me, some social media company. And I'm like, okay, am I going to complain about that, or am I going to go to them and ideally inspire them to come to our industry and drive change? And that's the MIT Alliance. That's why I welcome and appreciate the invitation to an event like this, because we think with this ecosystem, we're going to find our next generation of leaders in a room like this. And that's what we're motivated to do. So we want to be an influential partner and neighbor, and that's with MIT, and it's with a number of the universities in the area. And Jim, we've been iterating on the art of the possible, and we'll continue to on this campus, and look forward to the opportunity to find that combination to the lock.
That's just great. Well, thank you very much, Scott.
Jim, thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Scott Peters, who serves California's 50th Congressional District, and Joe Aldi, Teresa and John Hines Professor of the Practice of Environmental Policy.
Before we get started, I want to quickly reflect on a conversation I had with one of my students during lunchtime. And after the morning session, she said, that expanded my perspective. And I thought that was a great way to describe one of the first steps I think we need to undertake if we're going to really deliver progress on energy and climate. And that is to take a broader perspective, to take the opportunity to learn, and to see how we can bring ideas, whether it's on the technologies and the science, about the policy and the finance, or about politics, some of which we'll talk about here in just a moment, to really drive progress. So I'm thrilled to be able to help lead that conversation here this afternoon, and to think about how we can build a bipartisan approach to energy and climate in the Congress. Now, we reached out and invited members of Congress from both sides of the political aisle, and thrilled to have with us here today Congressman Peters, a representative from the San Diego area, co-chair of the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus, to share with us today his ideas and insights for how we can try to make progress in Congress. Congressman, welcome to Harvard.
Thanks. Sorry I couldn't get a Republican.
Well, next year, maybe we can do that. So one thing that I think is important, I crafted a script for all this, and then you decided to make some news this week, so I threw out my script.
That's all right.
So just a couple days ago, you, through the work of the Problem Solvers Caucus, produced a bipartisan framework for permitting reform. So with Congressman Evans, a Republican of Colorado, you worked together, you worked with other colleagues, and you brought forward this proposal for permitting reform. And we've just heard from the conversation with Scott Strazik, the conversation with Joe Dominguez earlier today, a lot of interest in how we think about where and how we're going to build and site our energy infrastructure. So I'd like for you to sort of share with us briefly a little bit about the key policy elements in this, but then I want to talk some about process and politics after that. So what should we look for as like, this will actually change the way we're going to build energy infrastructure in the U.S. because of your proposal?
Thanks, sir. Let me answer the why first, if I could.
Please.
So you may have been talking about this already, but in the 1970s, we had no environmental laws. In 1970, they passed a law called the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, just to say, hold on, we're making a lot of mistakes. Before the federal government makes any decision that would affect the environment in a significant way, you should know what the impacts are, and you should look at alternatives. Very reasonable, simple thing, and right back when rivers were catching on fire. And so we were set up to play defense. After that came substantive limits on pollution from the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, Endangered Species, and so forth. But that was the first bill. And we were set up to play defense. And I argue that climate action today is about playing offense. because we have to build a lot of things. We have to build offshore wind, utility scale solar, hydrogen pipelines, direct air capture, tons of transmission lines, and all this stuff needs to be permitted, and it's really slow. It turns out that something like 85%, a year ago, 85% of the energy projects that wanted to get built that were in line were non-emitting. And so my argument to the left was, let's modernize these laws with an effort to make things go faster, because if we have to give up 15 to get 85, that's a win. The second time you do that at a casino, they kick you out. That's a good deal. And so that's been my mission. I've been working on it for a long time now to come up to this point. And I would just say the other big success we've had is in forest policy. I worked with my colleague, I can tell the story about how this happened, but my colleague Bruce Westerman, who's from Arkansas, he's an engineer, but he went to the Yale School of Forestry, knows more about forestry than anybody in Congress, and he and I worked on the sequoias and on forest management. We did a lot of reducing litigation burden. I don't know if you know, 49% of federal environmental litigation is over forest projects, not even building stuff. And the management of the forest is completely stalled, and we have suppressed fire for so long. We have catastrophic fires, not natural fires. So we have a really good bill that we passed the House. Now we would like to continue with that in energy. There's a lot of things that are specific to energy, certain things with technologies like geothermal. We want to get out of the way of specific technologies. We also want to just sort of get rid of duplicative review. Right. And I think we have to really give an eye toward reforming the NEPA process and the community input process to make it more effective and faster. So that's basically, we have 4 pages of bullet points that our group, the Problem Solvers Caucus, is about 50 members of Congress, equally divided between Republicans and Democrats. We endorse this framework, which is, I think, pretty significant. Now we'll take it to the Energy and Commerce Committee and get it written up into a bill and see how many rats we can keep from jumping off the ship.
Okay, so some of what I've heard about sort of political preferences about siting infrastructure, one side of the aisle really cares about the pipelines, the other side of the aisle really cares about the transmission lines. In a system that doesn't work very well, we do neither.
Right.
One of the things here is it tries to do both and is actually quite open-minded as well about what's going through the pipeline. So talk a little bit about how the process would be faster, both for transmission lines and pipelines under your proposal.
So we really want to put emphasis on interregional high voltage transmission. Jesse Jenkins at Princeton did a study of how important that was. And back when we were talking about the IRA in the good old days, he did an analysis that something like, unless we tripled the capacity of the grid within 30 years, we would lose 80% of the climate benefit of the IRA because all the electrons we wanted to hook up from the sun in Arizona couldn't get to Detroit. That makes sense, right? And so for us, and I think there's reliability issues around that as well. One of Texas's challenges in Winter Storm Uri was they weren't connected anywhere else. And there's cost implications too, because we can put competitive power on the grid and maybe bring cheaper power to people. So Democrats have really emphasized transmission. Republicans, have been reluctant, I think, because they're concerned about cost allocation, and there's this common belief that transmission is a subsidy from red states to blue states, which I believe is actually not true, but we have to come up with a cost allocation plan for them. Manchin and Barrasso, I don't know, these people probably don't know about Manchin and Barrasso. They did Manchin, sort of a Democrat, but technically an independent at that point, and Barrasso, pretty conservative Republican, did a big energy compromise with transmission and oil and gas, and it was House Republicans who killed it because of concerns about transmission. So we need that, and they want pipelines. There's one particular thing they want fixed, which is affects New England, by the way. It's a section of the Clean Air Act that lets a governor stop a pipeline from coming based on the governor's wide discretion to declare a concern about clean water. And it's kept a pipeline from coming to New England, so y'all are still burning fuel oil, which, That's pretty primitive.
So
seems like you're smarter than that at Harvard, but what are you gonna?
So when you did this work, you did it through this caucus, the Problem Solvers Caucus. You recently became the co-chair of the Climate Solutions Caucus. There appears to be some bipartisan energy in these caucuses. How does that translate to making progress in the committees, which typically are your vehicle to actually bringing a bill eventually to the floor to get it passed?
Well, we'll find out.
Okay.
You know, I have this experience. I just maybe sort of put you in my shoes. Everybody gets yelled at from the extremes, and it's pretty instantaneously, and a lot of people are really intimidated by that. It's easy to be an average Congress member. You just vote the party line, and you complain about the other party, and you get reelected because that's what people's expectations are. I don't think that sounds like a very good job. I think you have the opportunity to solve big problems, but the math requires bipartisanship because except in a narrow category of issues, everything has to get 60 votes in the Senate, and there's always two parties you have to deal with. Right now, you need 7 Democrats to overcome a filibuster in the Senate. So I always started with that premise. I also have this view about legislating that I want to start with the right answer. I tell my staff, find the right answer. So we talk to people like Nat and other people in town about what are the holes, what needs to be fixed, what would be the best way to fix it. And then we just sort of take those facts to people and try to get them on, which sounds normal. But most people start with, what does this interest group want? What does this interest group want? And they have kind of an amalgam that doesn't maybe answer the question. So that's what we do. We did that on forestry, I think, very well. And I just got to tell you, on our side, we have a lot of issues with the legacy environmental groups. I'll tell you my story, just because I've got 34 minutes. I'm going to use 4 of them. I'm on this plane. This is how I met Bruce Westerman. We're coming back from the Middle East, and he sits down next to me, introduces himself. He says, I'm Bruce Westerman, I represent Arkansas. Can I tell you about what's happening to the sequoias? I said, sure. He said, we hadn't lost a sequoia for 1,200 years to fire until 2017. He said, what happened was we've suppressed fire for so long that a shade-tolerant fir tree or pine tree was able to grow up next to the sequoia and convey, which are very fire-tolerant at the base, but convey the fire into the canopy, the only place where the tree is vulnerable. 300-foot tree, right? 3,000 years old. And it burned the sequoia, the first one we lost. And since then, in the same way, we've lost 20% of the sequoias. So I was pretty alarmed. I said, well, what can we do? He said, there's 2 things you have to do. He says, one is you have to go into each of those 60-some groves, and you have to restore the conditions that would have existed had natural fire occurred over the last century. Right. So you have to trim down some of those trees that shouldn't be there, because natural fire would have taken them out. And he says, and you can't do a 4-year study on each one. You have to do a NEPA exemption. Because if you try to do a 4-year study on each grove, you're going to lose the trees. I said, Bruce, that makes a lot of sense. Let's do it. And the Redwoods League in California and the Tribe, which is an important Democratic constituency, they loved the idea. Everyone was really concerned about the trees. You go into the groves and, all these trees are down. But you should have seen the letter we got from the DC environmental groups. So offended that we would try to make any change to NEPA. This is a bedrock environmental law. They said this is a slippery slope. We're going to make changes. Now here's the Sierra Club yelling at me for trying to save the sequoias. Now the law didn't come to us on tablets from Moses, right? It came from, and some people aren't old enough to remember, it came from IBM Selectric typewriters in 1969. And people just like me, no smarter, better than me, they're trying to address the environmental problems of the day. And today we have different problems and we have to address them in a different way. So what we did was we just fought. I mean, we didn't fight, we just kept at it. And I got 10 Democratic co-sponsors at the beginning. And the environmental groups are pounding them not to do this. Don't change NEPA, don't change NEPA. And this is the sequoia. So there was a sort of a ridiculousness to that. And we did get enough sponsors to get that passed. But when we did the forestry bill, which was the same thing, by then we've gotten some of the environmental groups to be helpful. So shout out to the Nature Conservancy, which helped us write the bill. The Environmental Defense Fund, very reasonable. The Audubon Society, that actually cares about the habitats for the birds not getting wiped out by catastrophic fires. Imagine that. And even then, we had a hard time getting Democrats. We got more and more on. And as fires came, ultimately we got 66 votes, Democratic votes. We would have gotten, including Nancy Pelosi, we would have gotten 4 more, but 4 Californians who would have voted for it were actually in dealing with fires in California. Wow. So we have a very bipartisan bill passed the House. Now we got to get 7 Democratic senators to say, okay, but we're going to pass that bill. And that's how it happens. You have to, you have to be aware of where everyone is, have the facts, know what you're talking about, and just keep taking that to the problem. And I don't know another way to do it. So that's what we're going to do with permit reform.
You're like, we're going to first figure out what's the best way forward, and then we're going to figure out how do we navigate the politics. And there's 2 things that are interesting here. At the very beginning of this is, how does a conversation start across the aisle? And as it turns out, you're on a long flight with a colleague, and you start talking about something you have in common here. At the end, though, it's this question of like, how do you think through not just how do we make it bipartisan and move to the House, you also have the bicameral challenge. How do you work with the Senate? So how do you think about some of these ideas, whether it's here with respect to the force or whether it's with permitting reform, to navigate not just the politics in your own chamber, but then set yourself up for success and how you might engage the Senate so they can also move a similar piece of legislation?
So you kind of have Philly, I mean, boy, I would just say to you, I used to think senators, they must be the smartest, best people in the world.
What changed your mind?
Being up close as you realize that they're just people. And all these people in DC, it's just really frustrating because they get elected and they say, I'm going to go to DC and rock the boat. Then they get on the boat and they say, oh, this is rocky, let's calm it down, right? So, you just try to find people that are with you and are willing to take a stand. So on fire, you ask around. Hickenlooper's got fires in Colorado. He's been really helpful. Finally, Alex Padilla, who's no right-winger in any sense. He's very, very highly regarded on the left. He knew he had to do something about this, so he's taken the forestry bill in the House. A really good guy, John Curtis, was on my committee from the House in Utah. Utah Republicans, I think, are in general my favorite Republicans. John is a really honest guy and started the Conservative Climate Caucus in the House. He got elected to fill Romney's seat, and he's been a good friend. So but most of our work, though, Joe, is trying to develop in the committee something to get out of the committee with House support. And as you do that, as you hear what all the problems are, and you try to tweak it to go along. We don't really worry too much about the Senate until we get our own product. Okay. And it's turned out that I think it happens differently on different issues, but on these issues, it's coming from the House and going to the Senate.
Right. My sense is of the nature of the debate we've had in the House this year, a lot of the discussion that we heard was it's going to be partisan until reconciliation is done. And then once reconciliation is done, we'll be able to pivot and find some potential bipartisan opportunities. Having said that, in the conversation that Nat had with Joe Dominguez this morning, Joe indicated he was more optimistic about permitting reform perhaps at the beginning of the summer than he is now. What do you think is sort of the prospects? You've got this framework, and is there, you're like, hey, we've got the whole framework, we should go for all of it, but if there's one thing I really think we should do, if there's sort of one thing where I'm like, we can get bipartisan agreement, we can get it on a must-pass legislative vehicle this year, that's what it would be. But what's your sense of sort of the prospects now that you've come out with this bipartisan proposal?
There is a major, major problem that didn't exist a year ago, but it's not in my building. It's at the building down the street. I actually think and I think this is an issue where you've heard that phrase, make the problem bigger. I think the way to solve this is by doing everything in a big bill. Okay. I can't give Republicans their natural gas relief unless I get all my transmission stuff. And I've sort of said that in public. And so, and there's a lot of other things we can fix to make people interested in the bill. So I think it's going to be much more comprehensive than trying to figure out the one issue we can do.
Okay. Do you think, as we've seen electricity prices increase this year, we've had discussion about the surge in demand and power markets, is that potentially going to make it easier to get attention? Because sometimes these bills are good and even have bipartisan support, but there's just not enough time in the calendar and it dies by the end of the session. Does it make this more salient and more likely to move?
The big driver is the demand for energy and what it's going to do for costs. So there's lots of reasons we talk about how we have to produce a lot of energy. Eric Schmidt, the ex-Google CEO, came to the committee and talked about AI and how we have to win the race against China. And it was pin drop quiet. As he said, we need every electron we can get. It makes no sense to cut out natural gas. It makes no sense to cut out renewables. And if we don't do it, we're going to lose. Yeah. That was very blunt. So AI is one thing. We're bringing back manufacturing. Both Biden and Trump are saying that, I'm going to be snarky. Biden wanted to bring back manufacturing through incentives, and Trump wants to do it through tariffs. We're going to see more manufacturing. That's going to create more energy demand. And in fact, you all probably talked about this, but we're going to see a 15% energy demand in the next decade when we've seen 1 or 2%, increases previously. So if we don't do something, the prices are going to go through the roof. And one of my friends said we face a choice between higher energy prices and astronomically higher energy prices. And we're headed toward astronomically higher energy prices because we're really not getting it going. The final thing I try to make to my government as good friends is these delays cost us a ton of money. Yeah. It's also Democrats in polling after the election, our brand is in the high 20s. And we're seen as the party that can't get anything done. And I think you may think, we passed the IRA, we passed the infrastructure bill, $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. But I was in a hearing in the broadband subcommittee, and we were talking about broadband deployment, and Republicans brought up that we had allocated $43 billion to broadband access 3 years before and not laid a single line. So we are the party that doesn't get anything done, and it's all permitting, By the way, the woman who came to testify, the Democratic witness, had been in the administration, and she was very cheerful. She said, 20 states are almost through the 14-step process we laid out to get the money. And she wasn't embarrassed. I was embarrassed. And, when we do a transmission line, they average 10 years, 7 years is process. And so we really got to get out of our own way. So whether you're concerned about your tax dollars or your climate change, we got to go faster. And I think, but I think that what drives it, just to go back to it, is when we talk about energy costs for consumers, because that is the thing elected officials hear about so fast.
Right. And it's one of those things where we don't call it climate policy.
Don't call it climate.
You don't have to call it climate policy, but there's that political window that exists because of these other elements that are related to the climate dimension where you need to make progress. Right. I want to change gears a little bit. You have, in the past, introduced bills to address the issue of methane emissions. Yeah. Methane is an incredibly potent greenhouse gas, doesn't stay up in the atmosphere as long as carbon dioxide, but when it's up there, it's really intense at warming. And there's a lot of work, including work we do here at Harvard, trying to figure out ways to help reduce those emissions because they can maybe buy us some time in the near future, sort of slowing the rate of growth in warming. Your local newspaper in San Diego recently wrote that you have the methane climate change blues.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yes. So what do you think we could do on methane, and why do you have the blues right now?
So just because he's retiring, like this week, my friend Ramanathan from UCSD is one of the experts on short-lived climate pollutants. I actually was on the plane my first term, and I read this op-ed in the New York Times, and I looked at the bottom, and the author was from San Diego, so I went to check it out, and he told me so short-lived climate pollutants, methane, black carbon, hydrofluorocarbons, are 80 times at least more damaging than carbon dioxide in the air, but they don't last long. So the implication is, if you can get rid of methane, you get rid of those things, that's the low-hanging fruit in climate action. That has the fastest impact, because carbon dioxide pollution sticks around so long you can't do anything about it. So get rid of the short-lived ones. So I started working on methane and emissions, fugitive emissions from oil and gas. In 2016, President Biden put out administrative regulations. They were very technology-driven. You got to use this kind of pump. You got to use this kind of compressor to try to reduce.
This was the end of the Obama administration.
This is Obama. Sorry, Obama.
Yep.
So, and then Trump repealed them, and now Biden puts back in more regulations. I argue that you could directly, because of advances in technology for monitoring and detection, you could directly regulate emissions and not do technology assignments. But he did the same thing, and now Trump's going to repeal them. And the sad thing is, the reason why we're so close to a solution here is that all this time, our customers were demanding clean gas. Korea, Japan, the EU all wanted clean gas. So the industry, as a response to customer demand, developed these amazing technologies to both detect the presence of methane, the concentration of methane from the ground, from the air, very sophisticated. And they were totally on board with controlling methane, and they were. So when Trump talked about repealing it, the head of Chevron, the head of Cheniere, they all said, don't repeal it. They just want consistent laws. So my idea was to try to come up with a methane control regime that we could all agree on, that the industry would be happy with. Give them plenty of time to comply. I know we're in the Trump administration, give them plenty of time to comply, give the small guys financial assistance, give them time, but get something on the books. And since the election, it's sort of don't even get a call back on this. It's such a great opportunity, and the industry's with us, but the ideology of the congressional Republicans will not let this happen. Right now we're working on a certification bill that would sort of let you certify your methane with some integrity. And the thing
so you could then export through LNG to these markets.
But I mean, this is what Trump's doing. We should talk about this too. Is he's asking Europe to take away its methane requirements for natural gas. We just want them to hold on to their customer preferences so we can leverage that for better, cleaner gas. But and what we've been writing to the EU saying, please don't repeal your methane input restrictions, and so far they haven't. But there's a lot we should talk about with what's happening with Trump, because I think it's changed the game a lot in terms of how we think about permitting and energy as well.
So how has it changed the game?
So, I've been saying we have to do a really good permitting law in Congress that would hold up no matter who's president, right? But we never imagined that anyone would do what he's doing. So because of his ideology about wind, he's now said that, you may have heard Doug Burgum, the Secretary of Interior, has to sign off on any individual wind project on public federal lands, right? But it's worse than that. It's on any of 69 different steps to get a wind project, including taking a survey instrument out there to the land to see if it works. Doug Burgum has to sign up on that. So it's hard to create a narrower bottleneck than that. That's really a way of saying no. This week I heard that the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management in California, has announced it's not permitting any more solar. And this is crazy because what all the energy companies have told us, by the way, we were coming up to the big beautiful bill, was don't repeal the energy credits. Solar and wind are the fastest to market. They're the cheapest. They're the way to get power the fastest. Yet the Trump administration is being very ideological about this. Part of it, we think, is they're trying to push these back so that they don't qualify for the remaining tax credits, which have a time deadline. But it's also they took the federal loan away from the big transmission line in Missouri at the request of Josh Hawley. And if you've heard about Revolution Wind, I think this is the scariest thing. Revolution Wind, it's off the East Coast. I think it's off Connecticut. I can't remember exactly where. 80% done, $4 billion invested, 1,200 jobs, 600 of jobs at risk because Trump purported to pull their permit. I think any lawyer would tell you they can't do that, but they're really concerned about what the retaliation is if they sue to restore their permit rights. But labor's mad because they sent people home. Think about Keystone Pipeline, right? this actually was being built. People in the investment community have told me from Europe have said that they view investing in energy in the United States a little bit like they would view the risk in Vietnam or Brazil. And that is the kind of thing that you're not going to be able to go check on some chart. That's the kind of thing that the confidence that erodes makes our money more expensive. And I think also really is going to prevent us from signing a final permit deal unless we have some assurance that a permitting reform we do in Congress isn't just going to be making oil and gas go faster.
Right. So they're undertaking a number of these actions under the umbrella theme of energy dominance. A year ago, the more dominant theme might have been climate crisis.
Yeah, right.
So we can see these sort of partisan themes, these kinds of narratives that are, they serve as a basis to sort of organize a discussion and a framing about the policies that are being undertaken, but they also are a way to sort of socially engage some of your key constituencies.
Right.
What would be the narrative of a durable bipartisan energy path going forward?
I think the thing I mentioned before was costs. And by the way, climate wins because to build more stuff, it has to be the fast stuff is wind and solar. And so you just talk about costs, and we're going to get a lot of what we want. But I think just mentioning China is also important. It's important to recognize what China's doing. And I'll just give you a couple statistics. Last year, the United States produced 60 gigawatts of new generation. China produced 90 of coal, which we know is not, they really don't want to be dependent on outside sources. They produced 80 of wind. They produced 277 gigawatts of solar. They've got 750 gigawatts of solar in line to be built. On transmission, since 2014, North America has built 7 gigawatts of interregional high voltage transmission, about half that in the United States. In South America, it's 22. In Europe, it's 44. In China, it's 260 gigawatts of interregional transmission. These guys say they want to compete with China. We're getting our butts kicked. It's not even close. Yeah. And we're obviously not going to be China. We have work standards and but I think we have to do a lot better. And that's my pitch to them is, we got to get less ideological, and we got to build out what makes sense now for all of us. If we're concerned about China, which we all are. The other funny thing is, the response to Winter Storm Uri in Texas. Texas has the most pure market for energy, so it's closest to a free market, I think. There's a lot of criticism that the state hadn't passed any regulation. The natural gas system was not working. It wasn't dispatched to where it needed to be. And what was Texas's response? Well, they installed solar and batteries as a way to reduce their blackout risk from 10% to 1%. Not oil and gas, but Texas. In Texas, they weren't being ideological. They were being smart. And China's not building all that solar because they're climate warriors. That's the point, I think. So that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. If we want to get real about quantities of energy, it's really about wind and solar. And we have to deal with the White House problem.
So let's look a little bit to the future. Sometimes a bill will be introduced in Congress. Sometimes we call it kind of a marker bill. It's kind of a signal about where you'd like the policy debate to be. You're putting it out there to get feedback from various stakeholders and constituents and taking sort of the temperature of some of your colleagues. What could be a marker bill introduced in 2026 that you think could help advance the conversation? So it's not bipartisan permitting reform that you want to make happen in this Congress, but something that might perhaps build on that foundation, that might try to accelerate some of what we're trying to do in the energy transition.
So I'm pushing back on 2026. I think we have to get this done this year, okay? Because what happens, the dynamic is it gets more and more political. And
let's say you get permitting reform done.
Yeah. Oh, if we get a permitting reform?
You get permitting reform done, okay? Your team gets you the good ideas, you work the politics, you get it passed.
Right.
What do you put out? Because there's only so much you can do.
Right.
Because of both the politics in Congress, but also, as you know, the politics on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. What do you put out there next year that signals here's where we want the debate to go in 27 and 28?
You've totally stumped me because I got permit reform done. Like, I don't know what to think about.
You're busy celebrating, and then you wake up the next day and you say, hey, that's just the first step. We got to do more.
Well, I mean, I think we have to invest in new technologies. That's what the government has always done. There's some good arguments that we shouldn't be subsidizing mature technology. I think that's the best spin on taking away some of these subsidies we had. But batteries got to get a lot better. I think nuclear still seems expensive and far away, but we might want to support that. And by the way, there's complete bipartisan support for nuclear in the Congress now. And so I think that would be good. I think
so it's an innovation agenda.
Yeah, innovation around new technologies, high density energy, hydrogen. I think there's a lot of stuff out there. Plus, the other tragedy about this, by the way, is about this moment we're in where we're sort of backing away from wind and solar is, we used to have this conversation with Republicans on the committee who'd say, why are we investing in so much in climate change? The United States is only responsible for 10% of emissions. And two answers I thought were the best answer. One was, we need to show the rest of the country that you can have a first world life without just relying on oil and gas. People aspire to be like us in the United States. They deserve prosperity. They deserve energy. We don't want to we can't keep the planet clean by keeping people from prospering. But let's show them that what they aspire to is not necessarily diesel. But the other thing is that we want to be developing the technologies here that are going to generate business and job opportunities. And that's, I think, we're sliding away from that right now. So I do think that if we can get this done and we can get back to a sort of an investment mindset and a really way to, because I think these Republicans understand that we can't compete with China by lecturing other countries. We have to actually be investing. We're not there yet, but I think that would be the next thing.
So if we're doing that, let's go back to a little bit about committees in Congress. You sit on Energy and Commerce. One way to think about this innovation agenda is to think about perhaps programs through the Department of Energy. An alternative approach, which we've done a lot of, especially, for example, in the Inflation Reduction Act, is to work through Ways and Means and through the tax code. Yeah. Do you have a sense of politically, is one more likely to be bipartisan than the other? And is that a function of the committees? Is it a function of the views of, do we like tax cuts? Yeah. Some people, I've heard from some Republicans, they like tax credits because that means lower corporate taxes. Yeah. Having said that, we obviously saw where they were comfortable cutting back a number of tax provisions, not all of them, but a number of the tax provisions focused on clean energy in the IRA. I don't want to be just ripping on Republicans right now. Let's see if we can be more productive. Yeah. I think, to me, it was always a flaw of the Biden agenda that there was so much process involved in these incentives. Because you get, and the Department of Energy's got some money, but all of a sudden it's got to spend a year getting the forms ready to apply for it. So we just acknowledge it, the most efficient way to do this, and the way that meshes better with the rest of the world, is a carbon tax. By the way, it could be mostly refunded, and it could be made progressive because you could do more refunds at the bottom. I always say that in everything, but that was, I think, a huge defect in the Biden apparatus was so cumbersome. Right. And I also think the market would figure out ways to do that. So I think that's the best way, Joe. I don't think that's going to change. And the other way, one of the things we're trying to figure out is, how do you do a border carbon adjustment when they have a really clean way to measure it? It's $100 a ton or 100 euros a ton. And we actually were talking about doing a study bill that would go back and try to do an accounting in our economy for how much people are spending on climate, so we could have apples to apples discussions and trade talks. I just, that's really the answer. So you want to keep it simple. You want to send these incentives to the market. Yeah. They'll respond, and they'll figure it out. Yeah. You need every actor in the economy, from a household to a big corporation, to just be able to see the price sensitivity and make the best decision. That would work beautifully. So Nat, I think if you're still around here, you're smiling. Yes.
Yeah,
Nat brought this up
I'm
earlier
seeing
today.
him nodding over there.
Yes. Yeah. So you brought up a carbon border adjustment mechanism. There's been some discussion about this on the other side of Congress. Some bills have been introduced either for a carbon border adjustment mechanism with a domestic price or basically just a carbon tariff. Is there interest or appetite in addressing trade and climate in the House?
Oh yeah, but I just don't think. I mean, I just don't want to. I don't want to understate the chaos that's going on now in the White House around trade. Like, you figure out what people want to do. I don't know what the hell they want to do. I mean, we're dealing with housing costs in San Diego, and we have a USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. We thought that was a great deal. By the way, I think the two biggest accomplishments of the Trump one was that deal and Project Warp Speed, which they will not talk about.
Right.
You can't talk about that. But then he comes in and he's puts tariffs on drywall from Mexico and soft lumber from Canada. These are our partners. And I asked my Republican friend, I said, like, how do you justify this? He said, well, he's just trying to get him to come to the table. I said, we have a deal already. He negotiated it, right? So you asked what people want. That was the form of your question. Right. I think that people want a lot different than what's available right now. And I don't know how. It'd be really interesting to see how the Supreme Court deals with this tariff issue. Because if they rule that the tariffs are illegal, I mean, I know we're going to have a great legal panel, but I don't think Trump can do anything about it. Because what will happen is the people who come into the port with the goods just won't have to pay. It's not like the Supreme Court's not ordering Trump to do something that he doesn't have to do. So I think he's kind of screwed, and I'm really looking forward to hoping that comes out the right way. But I would like to get back to honest conversations about trade. I was an Obama free trade guy, and all the Republicans were there. Right. We had a hard time getting Democrats on board, but you asked a question. You asked the 2023 question.
Okay.
Into 2025. Okay. So I don't know how to answer it.
Okay, fair enough.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So I want to ask a question about your biography. I've got two more questions before we wrap up. After you graduated college, you were an economist at the Environmental Protection Agency before you went to law school.
Yeah.
Is there some lesson that you learned then that still informs how you do your work as a member of Congress?
The lesson that informed my career in that job was that no one listens to the economists. Everybody listens to the lawyers. So
as having had two sessions in a row with economists, Jim Stock and me, before we then yield the floor to our colleagues from Harvard Law School, I appreciate you saying that.
I will say that being a trial lawyer, I did trial work, has been the best way to approach Congress, because you have to be able to walk through conflict with people yelling stuff at you. And when you first get that complaint, you're on your desk, you think, oh, I'm really sad about this. And you go through it, well, that's not true, that's not true. And then it's sort of like you don't panic. And also, you're also working toward the end where you're gonna make a case to the jury. And it's a really good way to begin with the end in mind. I have found that the trial lawyer background to be so helpful. And also in the attitude of how to handle yourself in conflict. So if you yell at me and insult my mother, what I'm taking in is that you don't agree with me. Okay, I'm not taking it personally.
Okay.
I think we could use a lot more of that around Congress too. Everybody's got such thin skin. They're all very precious.
So we're here at Harvard University, where faculty often give assignments to their students. Would you like to give an assignment to our attendees here?
Oh, awesome.
We have faculty, students, staff, but we have a lot of people who their day-to-day job is thinking about energy and climate.
Yeah.
We have others where they're getting smarter about energy and climate because it has implications for their day job. You've already talked a little bit about some of the challenges with various stakeholders when it comes to securing bipartisan progress.
Right.
What would you suggest to our attendees here about what they could do to reduce the risk, sort of de-risk, if you will, bipartisan energy and climate policy?
Well, first, I do want to thank everybody who works on policy here, because We really do need to know the right answer. And I got one staffer who's awesome. He's 25 years old. He's going to be Secretary of Energy, but he's 25 years old. And I got one fellow from the Climate Solutions Caucus. And we get all of our information from people on the ground. A lot of people are in the business, but a lot of people are academics. I think we've talked to you about some of our stuff directly. So, let us know what you think. I mean, just on the policy stuff, it's really important. But I would say this is going to be harder because we're all in our bubbles, and I know y'all are in a bubble. I looked at the list of people coming to dinner. I think every single person went to Harvard some way, right? Which is cool, but you would be surprised at how different people think about the world than you do. And this is something I learned actually when I went from being a lawyer to being a city council member, which is a whole nother story. But people don't make decisions the way we do. Sometimes they have a head, but they lead with their heart. And we need a lot of communication about what's going on, about what's important. And there's so much fear and so much antipathy now, it's hard to cut through. My concern about all these things is that the hardest thing is not solving a problem. We could figure out what the right answer is and get people around a table, but it's that we've made ourselves out to be the enemy. If you look at what's going on with redistricting right now, Congress is a place where you were never supposed to even campaign against your colleague. No one ever campaigned against an incumbent. Now we walk past people who are trying to get rid of that person. But the redistricting thing is about eviscerating this party from this state, eviscerating this party from this state. And that's the atmosphere out there right now, in which that's the palette we're trying to paint on, and it's bad. So I want you to help me with that too. And I want you to, Democrats, we tend to be preachy. People don't like that. So do your listening, try to communicate, but help people out of the bubble understand what's going on, and listen to what they care about. And if you can help us with those conversations, it'd be really important. I have no doubt you know what the right answers are. But I think right now the issue is we just hate each other so much. It's a really terrible context, and I want you all to be aware of that too, because I don't think that's how places like this naturally think. But you could help us a lot.
So we'll take the assignment to help. Yeah. We'll try to be humble in how we do that. Some of this, and trying to get to the other side, is sitting down and talking and listening. Right. So I actually take some optimism from your conversation about how you tackled forest and how you manage that. But we're also going to do our part here and in this community to see how we can help inform the efforts that you and your colleagues are trying to do to drive positive change in Congress. Finally, I'd like everyone to please join me in thanking Congressman Peters for your insights and for your service. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We will now take a brief break. Please return to your seats in 10 minutes for our next session, Climate Law Under Siege and the Path Forward. Please return to your seats and silence your cell phones. The next session is about to begin. Nancy's backstage, right? Can someone go ask her if we're good to go? Ron? Okay. Did Nancy say we're good? Thank you. VOG and wall to add graphic. Please welcome Jody Freeman, the Archibald Cox Professor of Law at Harvard Law School. Richard Lazarus, the Charles Stebbins Fairchild Professor of Law at Harvard Law School. Andy Mergen, the Visiting Assistant Clinical Professor of Law and Faculty Director of the Emmett Environmental Law and Policy Clinic at Harvard Law School. And Carrie Jenks, the Executive Director of the Environmental and Energy Law Program.
Good afternoon. We are delighted to be here. Today, the four of us are going to describe the unprecedented upending of climate law and policy that has happened over the last 8 or so months of this administration. And just to set the scene before I start asking our co-presenters to chime in with their thoughts and observations, it's important to know that the administration is conducting something that is not in any way a normal pendulum swing of climate policy that we expect to see with any change of administration. What we're seeing is an unraveling of all federal climate policy. The president has signed a raft of executive orders, which you know about, which announce an energy emergency, which seek to support fossil fuel dominance, which instruct the EPA to rescind all major climate regulations and go so far as to essentially eliminate the federal government's role in regulating greenhouse gases. The president has also, in an unprecedented way, frozen funding for alternative energy, cored out key staff in climate-related agencies, undermined science, decided to eliminate the federal role in collecting some crucial climate data, and in addition, has instructed the Department of Justice to target states that might want to fill the gap by suing them for climate-related policies that the administration, for one reason or another, doesn't support. In addition, the administration's taken the step of intimidating private sector actors, like financial institutions that join climate coalitions, by threatening to sue them for antitrust violations. But that's not all. The scene we're going to fill out contains, in addition, Congress, in which Congress has rolled back core elements of the Inflation Reduction Act, incentives, subsidies, and tax credits for clean energy alternatives to fossil energy. Congress has also removed or disapproved the waiver to California that lets California set its own more stringent standards for the transport sector. So the combination of executive power, operating on a maximalist vision of the unitary executive, paired with congressional action, and then backed up by a Supreme Court that in recent years has been very skeptical of regulation that's forward-leaning and has trimmed the sails of the agencies. If you put these pieces together, executive action, congressional action, and a very sympathetic Supreme Court, we are witnessing something that is the greatest retrenchment of climate law and policy we've ever seen in this country. Richard.
In other words, not a big deal.
Not good. Richard.
All right, Jody, let's go.
You've all heard about some of these major policy shifts. One of the most important ones that did break through in the media is the endangerment finding. Can you help us put that in perspective and talk about its implications?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Trump EPA has proposed rescinding EPA's determination in 2009 that emissions of greenhouse gases from new motor vehicles endanger public health and welfare. Now, the reason why that's such a big deal is that endangerment determination is the linchpin, essentially, of all of EPA's authority to regulate greenhouse gas under the Clean Air Act, starting with new motor vehicles, but going to stationary sources. We're talking about, all the coal-fired power plants, everything. If you lose the endangerment determination, EPA has no authority to regulate greenhouse gases. That's what we call in law a big deal. In Boston, we call it like the ball game. So it's a huge effort they're doing here. This is an extraordinary step. They declined to do it in Trump 1.0. They're doing it here because Trump 2.0 is different by orders of magnitude. And this is what they mean when they said their goal is to put a dagger in the heart of climate change regulation. All right, so what are EPA's proposed bases for this rescission? They're really of two different kinds. One is they claim that EPA in 2009 made some legal errors in that determination. And the other is they claim that EPA in 2009 made scientific errors. All right, so what were the legal errors? The legal errors really are twofold. First is they say that EPA was wrong in 2009 in assuming that air pollution caused by greenhouse gas emissions is air pollution within the meaning of the Clean Air Act. They say Clean Air Act doesn't apply to air pollution of this kind of global scale. It applies to air pollution that is local and regional, but not air pollution which is global. So therefore, you can't actually say this was air pollution, which endangered public health and welfare. Their second argument is they say, look, when EPA made that determination in 2009, it was for, the first instance, greenhouse gas emissions from new motor vehicles in the United States. But they relied on science dealing with emissions of all sources in the United States, in fact, all sources in the world. And they can't do that. They had to look at just the subset of greenhouse gases, not all greenhouse gases, that come from new motor vehicles. So they have to go back and look at it again. And if you look at it again, then you lose the endangerment determination. Finally, the scientific error they say EPA made was the EPA relied on poor science in 2009. They said the 2009 analysis was unduly pessimistic, and they heavily rely on a DOE study, which we learned about really for the first time when they did their proposal. They said it was unduly pessimistic. It was too pessimistic about the health risks from heat waves. It was too pessimistic about the sea level rise that would result. It was too pessimistic about extreme weather events. And it failed to account for the fact that warmth is good, that people are not as sick in warm weather as they are in cold weather. And they also said they failed to take into account of the adverse effects of the economy of greenhouse gas regulation, which would hurt public health. So that's the reasons. We'll talk later on about whether they're lawful or not.
One additional for you, the report you're talking about that reassesses the science was written by?
Oh, it's written by a whole series of scientists who are sort of the who's who of climate denier scientists.
Who were handpicked by the Department of Energy.
By DOE. And no one had ever heard of them. And there's a lot of questions about the legality of it, and we can maybe get into that later.
Okay. Carrie, can you talk a little bit about other policies that have been announced to be rescinded, but also a little bit about what Congress has been up to and sort of repealing parts of the Inflation Reduction Act in the President's budget bill?
Yeah, so I'll mention two eliminations of rules that EPA has proposed. The first one, just before the endangerment finding, EPA has proposed to eliminate any greenhouse gas regulations of power plants. And it's similar arguments to what Richard was saying, but I think there's 2 points to keep in mind on why it's so different from the prior Trump administration. First, they're trying to argue legally that this in a way that would prevent a future administration from regulating power plants under the Clean Air Act. And they're saying the power plants aren't a significant contributor to greenhouse gases, despite them being the largest stationary source of US greenhouse gas emissions. They're also not proposing an alternative. They're proposing just to eliminate it. So if you remember in the first Trump administration, there was the rollback. They rolled back the Clean Power Plan, which was finalized by the Obama administration, and they proposed what was called the Affordable Clean Energy Rule, or the ACE rule. But that was a less stringent version. And here they're saying, no, we're just going to eliminate the rule and not regulate power plants at all. So I think it's a very different approach. The other rule that I wanted to flag is they're proposing last week to eliminate the greenhouse gas reporting program. So that's all the data from 46 sectors of the United States. They're saying no longer will we collect greenhouse gas reporting information from these sectors. And in fact, they're trying to argue that EPA doesn't have the authority to do this. So they're again trying to prevent a future administration from doing something different. So it's not really a rollback. I think it's a complete elimination. I also think data is a fundamental tool to be able to regulate well. So the fact that they're trying to go after the data prevents anyone from knowing what's happening. It prevents industry from knowing how they're competing against their peers. And if you don't have good data, you can't regulate well. In terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, Congress voted to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, or the majority of it, and that was a lot of incentives. So if you think about how you can regulate greenhouse gases, you can either create incentives, have carrots, or you can have sticks. So EPA is really the sticks, and in the Inflation Reduction Act was a lot of carrots and incentives. So they're eliminating a lot of incentives for clean energy programs. They also took away the funding that states had. And it was talked about this morning. There was a real decision to try to make sure that a lot of states, bipartisan, red states, blue states, all were going to benefit from this program, with the thinking being if the economics are there, you'd keep these programs in place, there were jobs, and instead they decided to eliminate it. So it's a really different construct that we're seeing now.
Andy, can you tell us something about what the administration is doing to weaken climate rules, environmental rules, through things like staffing, restructuring, coring out competence at agencies like EPA, DOI, NOAA, and the Department of Justice?
Yeah, thank you. It's really important, I think, always to think about the civil service. We tend not to think about agencies like CDC or food safety until those agencies collapse or are underfunded and go away, and then we realize how important overall the civil service is. And you know, if you take a snapshot in time and you say, how was the civil service doing in January before the Trump administration came in? You would say it sort of varied by agencies. Some agencies had a cold and some had the flu, but the immune system of the civil service has long been weakened by, you know, poor pay, lots of older people, not an influx of new young people, not sort of the career sort of mid-management people you need. The government shutdowns, which we're facing again, are very hard on the civil service. So the civil service was in tough shape in January, and the administration has decimated the civil service in a really unprecedented way. And I spent 30 years in the Environment Division of the Department of Justice, and I was there at the Department of Justice in the first Trump administration, and I was just absolutely shocked by what we saw this time around, including the removal of 2 senior managers dedicated to environmental enforcement at the Justice Department in essentially the first week of the Trump administration. Those lawyers were reassigned to sanctuary cities, and neither of those lawyers are in the federal government today. And that sends an enormous message to the team of people, the hundreds of lawyers who work for them, bringing enforcement actions, that this is not important, that we're not going to take civil and criminal enforcement of environmental laws seriously. And at this juncture, sort of the best information we have is that the civil enforcement, which is by far the most important part of environmental enforcement, section has been halved since in the 9 months that the Trump administration has been in place. But it doesn't stop there. it also includes the reassignment of those lawyers to defensive litigation. As you're well aware, and we're going to continue to talk about, there are many, many lawsuits against the United States now, and those lawyers who would normally be enforcing are being asked instead to defend those lawsuits. So it is absolutely devastating to the enforcement of our very robust environmental laws.
Another piece of that story is restructuring EPA and removing the central brain for developing regulations at the Office of Research and Development, right?
Absolutely.
So there are moves like this across these various agencies. Richard, let me pick up on what Andy said by asking you about litigation. We've seen a raft of litigation. All of us, to some extent or another, are involved in supporting some of that litigation. Can you talk about where you think litigation's going, and especially when some of these major challenges reach the Supreme Court, what do you see?
Yeah, so I'm going to start just with the endangerment rescission, and then I'll talk about some of the other issues that Andy was talking about. So remember, for endangerment rescission, the Trump EPA has three basic rationales. One, the meaning of air pollution. Two, they say the EPA in 2009 did too much aggregation. They didn't look at just at the greenhouse gases coming out from particular sources. And three, they made scientific error. Now, in my view, all three lack merit. But the scientific argument is really the weakest of all. It should be a slam dunk loser in the courts. Doesn't mean it will be, but it should be a slam dunk loser. But I cannot still be as confident as I would like to be, because the stakes are so huge here. And you know, the courts have surprised us recently. So let me look at the issues. So on air pollution, where they're saying greenhouse gas emissions don't contribute to air pollution because it's global. Well, that should be a clear loser, because the Supreme Court in 2007, in a case called Massachusetts versus EPA, basically answered that question by rejecting it. In 2007, the EPA under Bush had argued greenhouse gases aren't air pollutants. And the court said, 5-4, they are air pollutants. Now, what they're trying to do here is say, okay, you said that, but you didn't say it was air pollution. You said it was air pollutants. And the question is whether greenhouse gases endanger public health contribute to air pollution. It may be air pollutants, but do they contribute to air pollution? Now, this should be sort of almost ridiculous, disingenuous distinction. But here's the rub, and this is why I can't be as confident as I like to be. The 2007 Mass versus EPA decision was decided by 5-4 vote. Take a guess. How many justices are still left in the court from the 5? Try 0. How many justices are left from the court in 2007 who were in the dissent out of 4? Try 3. They all thought they weren't air pollutants. And then you add to that the new justices, right? You add Gorsuch, you add Kavanaugh, you add Barrett, and it's not hard to see 5 at least emerging from that. Now, the court doesn't as quickly do overrule cast cases. They practice of not overruling statutory precedent. They do constitutional law precedent. But this court has shown a pretty big aggression. So I worry about that, and I shouldn't have to worry about it, but I do. The aggregation theory, EPA didn't get it quite right. They should have considered only the greenhouse gas emissions from those kind of new motor vehicles. That's pretty disingenuous too. Everyone knows it wouldn't make a difference. Everyone knows you'd still conclude endanger. But this is law. And if they can convince the court the EPA did not consider the right numbers, they could say to EPA, you have to go back and take another look. And if you do, then as a practical matter, the endangerment thing is gone. Here's the timing on this. So we expect a final rule on rescission, basically this winter, early winter 2026. It goes right to the DC Circuit under the Clean Air Act, doesn't go to district court. They would decide that case about a year later. So that'd be winter 2026 or winter 2027. The Supreme Court, earliest they would ever decide the case is June 2027. They'd probably hear the case instead in October 2027, and decide the case by June of 2028. The wild card here is the shadow docket. There could be an interim ruling in between where they could show their cards. Just very quickly, Joy, if I can, the other issues about that Andy's talking about, the firings, the discharge, the suspensions, the reassignments, the freezing of funds, the clawing back funds. Some of that stuff, they got Congress to change the law. That's fine. But a lot of this stuff is probably unlawful. There are a lot of civil service protections the employees get. There are limits on their ability to sort of claw back congressionally appropriated funds. So a lot of this stuff is actually probably unlawful. But this is like the key of this administration. They don't care. Because they know if they do it, it takes quite a long time for the courts to catch up. And all those EPA employees, the heart of the agency, and of DOJ and Interior, they can't wait. They have mortgages, they have families, they have partners, they have medical expenses. They can't wait several years, so they're leaving. And that's heartbreaking. So it's a very successful strategy of acting unlawfully. As Jody said, that's unprecedented. No one's ever done that before.
Yeah, this is very aggressive in the sense of making people chase the administration through the courts. And the other feature that has been favoring the administration's actions here on climate, but more generally, is the Supreme Court has been granting stays of lower court injunctions that have stopped it routinely through the emergency docket. So they have allowed the administration to continue for now with the policies that Richard is describing, and that means the administration owns the status quo. And when you're talking about this reversal of policy, owning the status quo is, as you said, the ball game. Andy, can you pick up on this and speak a little bit to the importance for people like us who are involved in litigation like this and people in the world prosecuting it about being strategic, the importance of being strategic in thinking about how to both challenge the administration and also defend certain kinds of things we want to preserve?
Yeah, so, I think Richard has done an amazing job of telling you just how sort of flat out dumb some of the arguments that they're making, and so disingenuous in support of the rollback of the endangerment finding. So you might think, well, this is going to be okay. This is all going to be resolved in the courts. And I think there's cause for optimism, but this is a very, very difficult issue, and strategy is very important. And the good news, and I want to start with good news, is that everyone in the environmental law community has known for a while that strategy is very important. As the courts become more and more hostile, and the Supreme Court especially has become hostile to environmental law, the community has responded by thinking very hard about how to bring litigation. Why is strategy so important? Because the administration does not want to defend the endangerment finding and what it does in that regard on the merits. It wants to prevent litigants from getting to court in the first place on these doctrines that limit access to court, like standing. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on the community to be very shrewd about how they style these cases, which I think they can do. And the other thing that they need to do, which they definitely can do, but need to be very strategic about, is exactly what Jody referred to, which is avoiding the shadow docket, which is avoiding opportunities to give the administration to get out ahead of the issue and get to the Supreme Court and sort of have the court sort of preempt certain arguments or put its thumb on the scale. What the court sometimes, justices sometimes call a lock-in effect, needs to be avoided. And the really good news is the community is thinking hard about how to do that. And that's what you should be watching as we watch this litigation.
Carrie, do you see, I'm trying to get a little positive because I think everybody might be very depressed right now. So do you see states, for example, I like to say federalism is the new black, right? So states are the backup. Do you see things happening in the states that are hopeful, filling the gap, or private sector stepping up? What do you see?
Yeah, I think it's a mix. I think there are some states that, for the political reasons, are responding and being aggressive in response to the federal administration. So California, Massachusetts, they are continuing to make progress. Then I think you see some interesting states, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, they had on the books incredible policies for climate, and those are continuing to make progress and move forward. There's also, though, there is the economic reason, and this gets into a lot of conversations from earlier and the private sector. Climate has economic drivers to make investment decisions. And so there are states that are purple or red that may make sense to invest in saving energy costs for consumers. So that's energy efficiency. That brings down the cost of electricity. Electricity bills come up. That has nothing to do with climate, but that's a huge co-benefit. So those programs continue to move forward. I do think, though, and Jody, you mentioned at the beginning, the federal government sees that as making progress on climate, and so they are looking to attack that authority. And so you saw an executive order in the first few weeks saying we're going to go after states that have these climate programs because of they are saying we have an energy emergency. So they're going to use that as a way to try to assert federal authority in what has traditionally been state authority. I think some states will fight that, and that's great. I think my worry is that it starts to chill some of the states that might be willing to make some investments to save customers money. Why go through that right now? I think that's a risk. For private sector, we heard a lot of private sectors today thinking through the economic reasons. The long-term investment decisions need to be made by companies. That doesn't go every 4 years. I think it's important to look at the private sector from how are they engaging in the public policy debate and how are they making investment decisions. I think in the public policy debate, they are very quiet right now for a lot of reasons. There are some that are starting to articulate why for economic reasons, they need federal policies. They don't want a patchwork. They need to make investment decisions. This flip-flop is not happening. They need good data. And so watching how they engage in the next few weeks on comment process is going to be important. But they're still making progress. I think for their investment decisions, it's starting to slow. They're starting to make sure they're making the right decision. They're hesitating, but they're not stopping. And that's what we have to sort of leverage, I think, to make positive progress in this environment.
I want to say something a little provocative, Richard, and see what you think of it. There's a view that says the Clean Air Act has been a magnificent tool for environmental protection, and it has served as the primary tool for climate rules since the case you talked about, Mass versus EPA, said greenhouse gases are pollutants under the Act, and the Obama administration started setting standards, and then the Biden administration set more stringent standards, and so on. But given the combination of Supreme Court decisions restricting EPA's authority to maneuver under that law, and given what we're facing with this administration, I'm just going to say, has the Clean Air Act run its course? And do we need new legislation in the United States to do anything meaningful at the federal level on climate change?
All right.
Fighting words.
I've got an impulsive reaction, and then I've got a little bit more of a reflected reaction. The impulsive one is no. The Clean Air Act is my friend. I mean, I've been working closely with the Clean Air Act for over 40 years in my career. It's a huge success story along so many different dimensions. If you look in the United States, in particular, what the Clean Air Act has accomplished, reducing pollutants like sulfur oxide, particulate matter, nitrogen oxide, ozone around the country, lead, I mean, huge decreases, while our economy has exploded, while vehicular miles traveled has exploded, while our energy production has exploded. It would not have happened without that statute. And all the cost-benefit analysis of the Clean Air Act over the last half century are enormously one-sided and positive, by orders of magnitude. It's been hugely successful. So ask where the Clean Act has run its course. Well, it's a little bit like asking me where I run my course. All right. But anyway, now here's my more sort of a little more a reflection on it. It's not been amended since 1990. That's 35 years. That is a really long time. It's, almost getting to be sort of 60% or so of its entire existence, and that doesn't work for environmental law. The fact is, science changes, technology changes, our learning changes, the pollution we care about and how best to address it changes it. And what worked so well for the first 20 years, where the Clean Act would get amended significantly, it's 1970, then it's 1977, then 1990, major overhaul under the George H.W. Bush administration. That was the environmental law working well and Congress working the way it's supposed to, an iterative process, learning and changing in light of new information. It was wonderful, but it's just as destructive if over 35 years you do nothing. And we see it has failed on climate change. It is the issue of our times. It's not that hazardous pollutants aren't important than the others, but climate change is the issue of our times. The statute does not effectively address it, especially under the current Supreme Court, where they want clear congressional authorization. And we did all this, Bush or Biden, or especially Obama, did all these creative things to make this, and make the system, the national electricity grid, and the clean power plant, this is how we're going to do it. It was fabulously brilliant and wonderful. The problem was, even those of us who loved it, thought, it may not be legal. It may not be legal. I mean, we're working really hard because the language just didn't fit very well. And the statute does this divide between existing sources, hardly any regulation, new sources, lots of regulation. It doesn't really do a lot of cap and trade incentives. And Obama tried to do it all by regulation, but the fact is that created backlash. You try to do it all by regulation is the reason why Congress is Article 1. They're, in fact, supposed to make those. So, I mean, it's not working. I don't know how we get something passed, Congress, but clearly we need a change.
Well, I would take the position that there may be parts of the Clean Air Act that still work pretty well for some sectors, like the transportation sector standards, far better than NHTSA, which has been a real failure regulating pollution from cars. Andy, make us happy, make us hopeful. Is there some reason to have faith and confidence and optimism around the resilience of our climate law and policymaking institutions that so far our conversation hasn't captured?
This is such a complicated question. I'm going to be optimistic in some regards. But because it's a complicated question, I want to take it in a couple parts. First, let's talk about the executive branch. And one of the duties of the executive branch under the Constitution is to faithfully execute the law. And one thing that gives me comfort is even though the federal agencies have been decimated, I spent a lot of time in the federal government, and many of my colleagues are still there, and they are extraordinarily dedicated civil servants. And they are in the Department of Justice, where I was, every day, working hard to adhere to institutional norms, to follow the rule of law. And those people deserve our gratitude and our respect. There are people holding the core together. Things are falling apart, but the center can hold. We don't maybe have a lot of time for the center to hold. And so, but there are very good people trying to hold the institutions together, and that really matters. And we need Congress to assist there and exercise its oversight functions. And the courts give me considerable optimism in terms of their holding the line. Every day we read stories, some are environmental, some are not, where judges are holding the line. They are expecting adherence to longstanding legal norms, and they are expecting adherence to the rule of law. So these are all good things. And I think at the end of the day here, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about how all of us as educators are working hard to meet this moment. I mean, one of the things that gives me a lot of hope is that we work with students here, students across the university, students from other universities who are amped up to do this. And Richard and Jody, through their leadership in the environmental law program, are doing a ton. Our colleagues who run the program in the legal profession at Harvard Law School are every day thinking about how to turn out lawyers that will adhere to institutional norms and uphold the rule of law. And so that actually gives me a lot of optimism. But it's not going to be easy, and we don't have a lot of time. We don't want to see the good people who are still at EPA, at NOAA, at DOI. We don't want to see them leave, and it's very uncomfortable for them. And we know that the courts can only do so much. And so we need, it's all hands on deck, but I'm optimistic.
I'm with you. One of the things that's most encouraging right now is I'm teaching students who are in the law school, feeling like law is so important to the moment, wanting to understand legal institutions, legal theory, legal doctrine, and how to be the best lawyers they can be and be part of change and part of rebuilding. And it's extremely exciting, and it keeps me upbeat, even when I can't sleep at 3:30 in the morning. Carrie, tell us something about business. Our program spends a lot of time working with business in different sectors, auto sector, transport sector, power sector, around methane and other things. And because our theory of the case is you can't make progress without some input from and work with the business community. Talk a little about that and whether there's some optimism there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think businesses want, and there's many in the room, but businesses want to know the rules. They might say, you know, the pace is too fast. We need more time to do something. But I would say 3 years ago it shifted where we noticed a shift where companies were no longer saying, especially the power sector, we're not going to reduce emissions. The question was, how fast can we do it, and what do we need to come online to be able to do it? And what's the infrastructure that we need in terms of transmission and storage and nuclear and what are the different components that we need? But they wanted to know the rules, and so that's changing. The dynamic right now is they're removing all the rules, and it's just all very uncertain, and that's concerning. And then you have states starting to do all these different things to fill the gaps. That creates a patchwork. So when I can't sleep at night, I go to sleep because I think about the opportunities to think, how do we redo this? And how do we design it? And if you start to take things down, you do have to rebuild. And I think there's a conversation that is happening about how do we rebuild. I don't know if that's 4 years, I don't know if that's 8 years, but it's complicated. If you think about how the Clean Air Act got designed, the 1990 amendments, there was a lot of back and forth and conversations. And so I think it is having people listen, understand what are the economic opportunities, what's the environmental need, and where are there some points of agreement. I also think we need to just start to make progress. So sometimes I say, let's not talk about 2050. I don't know if that's 0, I don't know if that's 10, but let's talk about 2040, because if you start to make steps, then you start to say, all right, this worked, this didn't, how do we refine it? And I think that's where I see optimistic, because people are starting to say, this isn't working either.
The other thing is, I know this has come up today, climate change doesn't care much about presidential swings and retrenchment and executive orders. Climate change is marching forward, and the business community understands this, and frankly, experts in the government understand this, the Department of Defense understands this, and so serious people are thinking and working seriously on both resilience and adaptation and also mitigation, because they know this is not somehow stopping just because the United States is in a period of retrenchment. And so that gives me comfort that we will have to deal with this problem one way or another. Yeah?
Can I add, though, I think what you need is the data. And so I think thinking from a scientific perspective, how do we make sure we have transparent data and information that's public health information, translating climate into public health? What does that mean for asthma? What does it mean for breathing? What does it mean for heat? And then understanding what are companies doing? How do companies share best practices so that you can start to translate that into regulation?
I'm going to give Richard the last word in a minute because I think it's going to be a good last word. But I'm going to say one more thing myself, which is I spend a lot of time trying to figure out what to be more worried about and where to put more time and energy. And I have to say that I see climate as inextricably interwoven with larger rule of law issues, with questions about overreaching presidential power and the balance among Congress, the president, and the courts. And what really worries me is an erosion of appropriate authority and balance in our separation of power system. What worries me is a kind of overreach and unlawfulness that will establish a precedent that says law doesn't matter. And there's no way to do climate policy or any policy if your system of government is no longer based on a system of laws. And so all of us work at both levels. It's climate in particular and environmental protection, but underneath it all, the foundation is a constitutional liberal order of law. And that's what we spend our time working on. Richard, can you bring it home?
I'll try. So I've always said you can tell an environmental law professor's office because you walk in, you see their desk, and just to the right, there's a dent in the wall. and that's because all of us, for the past 30 years, have been banging our head against that. Because this is not news, right? Climate change. It's been pretty obvious for decades. And we just watch this train coming, unable to stop it. And the fact is, to a certain extent, it really is a hard issue. It's a legitimately hard lawmaking issue. I mean, it's unprecedentedly hard. When you have a problem which spreads cause and effect over such vast dimensions of time and space, where actions at one place cause consequences across the globe, when you have actions at one time cause consequences decades later, it's really hard to get laws passed to address it, because you have to regulate the here and now for the there and then. It's very tough. And political leaders invariably have short-term horizons and incentives. Voters, as we know in the last election, are looking at the short term with the current prices of eggs or whatever. And it's all exacerbated by campaign donations where the here and now dominate, because the there and then, they're not here. And that's why we saw almost 8 years of no action by Clinton Gore. I mean, Clinton comes in 1992 or 3, and this is it. He's written the book, Earth in the Balance. We're going to do a whole lot. We can't compromise. They did nothing. And that was, they did not regulate any greenhouse gas emissions for 8 years. And that was for political reasons. You saw George W. Bush come in 2001. He had actually campaigned. He had made a campaign commitment to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from power plants. He made head of EPA Christine Todd Whitman, who was a climate hawk. Colin Powell at State was a climate hawk. Condoleezza Rice, National Secretary, was a climate hawk. O'Brien at Treasury was a climate hawk. But within 4 weeks of his election, of his inauguration, he reneged on his promise because of the political pressure he was under. Obama comes in. He's got a 60-40 in the Senate. He's got an 87 majority or so.
Watch it.
I'll get there. Okay. In the House. And he can't get it passed, and he has to pivot to regulation, which is vulnerable. Biden can't do any legislation. He has to do appropriations because there's no theory. There's no filibuster for the reconciliation bill, but it's vulnerable to change. None of that, though, compares, this is what Jody talked about, before we went back and forth, none of it compares to the nightmare of Trump 2.0. That's the sobering news, which we're all aware of. The resulting charge is one we all face. For those of us, and there's everyone in this room, and a lot of people outside this room, of course, this is our time. This is your time, if you care about this issue. It's time to stop moaning and whining, pick ourselves up, and get back to work. Global climate change, as Jody has said, it's not going to go away. The clock is ticking, but it's not going to go away. And the world needs people. It needs your work, your skills, your commitment more than ever. It needs scientists, it needs economists, it needs engineers, and yes, we would say you need some lawyers too. That's, of course, why we have this Salat Institute. That's why it's here. And that's why we're also fortunate it's here. Harvard is not going to wither from this challenge. Harvard is going to stand up to it.
Thank you. Thank you all. Andy, Richard, Carrie, thank you so much. And thank you, Jim Stock, for inviting us to do it. We might have time for a question. Is that actually possible? We're very time conscious, we law types. We know how to end the argument when we have to. So I think we can take a question. Is there someone in charge of this who's not me? Oh, no, that's the planted question. Let's take a real question.
Yeah, we wrote that one.
Be friendly, though, because I'm given, yeah, go ahead up there. Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways to think about this, and I would love to hear your ideas as well. I'm involved with the Justice Connection, which is a 501c3 that is providing support to people at the Justice Department who have lost their jobs, either because they were fired or riffed or have moved on. And one of the great things about that organization is that it's helping people find jobs. It's helping them connect with lawyers who understand the merit systems protection system and employment law. It has offered training for lawyers who are not in government in merit systems law so they can provide pro bono assistance to people in the civil service. So these are all things that I think are really important. In Trump 1, people sent postcards to career civil servants and said thank you, and I loved that, right? People were working hard inside, and those are all the sorts of things I think we could do. But maybe the most important thing is always to talk about how important the civil service is. Bureaucrats get beat up every day in the news media, by Congress, and the fact of the matter is, if we want to have a government that works, we need to support the people in the government.
True. One more we'll take. Down in front, you got to turn around and yell so they can hear you up there.
Hi, my name is Andy. I'm a global scholar from Williams College. As a young person, I think my generation feels this increased burden of like climate change and this pessimism around like this world is going to end and like I'm going to have a better life. What are some tangible things that we can do to like engage with like environmental law or even like support the good work that is being done, especially in these very tumultuous times where like change and progress feel.
Okay, I'm going to take a stab and then just run through you guys. You can talk, argue, write, give money, give your time, volunteer, engage, go work on campaigns, go work for states while the federal government's out of action. You can figure out where your talents lie and go deploy them. Every little bit helps. Every little brick helps to build the building. You can't change it all by yourself, but you need to be engaged.
Just very quickly, I'm a big believer in elections. In the United States, that's how we change law. That's how we do radical transformation of laws. That's why we elect people. And we need to have the young people engaged in the elections. We need to have them voting, at least in the United States, maybe true in other countries as well, more than they have been in the past. Jody alluded to something earlier I just want to reiterate. There's a lot that I find discouraging, but what I don't find discouraging is my students. That's where I find inspiration. That's where I find hope. Because this problem's not going away. You have a different time horizon than I do. You're going to be here for decades. The people who are creating what I might call a little bit of a horror show right now, they're going to be gone. The problem's not going to be gone, and you're not going to be gone. And you are our future. So you can't give up. You've got to double down. I think it's a lot of work in elections, electing the right people, and then it's a long-term commitment.
But you can also create, you can invest, you can build businesses, you can figure out decarbonization strategies. You don't have to wait around for the government, you know. You can do the work in the private sector too. You guys have huge opportunity. Stop being depressed and start getting excited. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, panelists. Introduce my friend and colleague, Peter Tufano, who's, thank you.
So, wow, that was an incredibly hard act to follow. Sobering, inspirational, but the question that the young woman in the front asked, what can I do, is at the core of what the Salata Institute's about. Let me tell you why I'm up here to close us out here before I introduce Jim or reintroduce Jim Stock. Part of my job is to work with, and my privilege is to work with alumni at this university around climate issues. And we have 400,000 alumni. Some of them are in Congress. Some of them are on the Supreme Court. Some of them are CEOs. Some of them are entrepreneurs. Most of them are not. So a question as we engage with alumni around the world is that question, what can I do? Now you got a great list from the panel that you just heard from. But you have so many talents that go beyond being on a Supreme Court or being able to vote in Congress. And so in June, we had an event. It was an alumni event, smaller than this. And we had alumni speaking about what they were doing. And there was somebody in the audience who asked herself, what can I do? She wasn't a CEO. She's not a Supreme Court justice. She's not a member of Congress. But she had a special talent. Let's call her Caitlin. All right? And so Caitlin went home and said, what can I do? And she was reading a book by another Harvard alum, which is Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson. And the book's called What If We Get It Right? Visions of a Climate Future. So that Caitlin is actually Caitlin McCaw, who is a singer, songwriter, and Grammy winner. And so she called us up and said, I want to write something to inspire people. And by the way, can we put Harvard in the middle of it? She's one of our alums, an alum of the college. And so we all have different gifts, and you're going to have to find your gift. But Caitlin's we'd like to share with you. And it may seem a little tone deaf after the conversation that we just heard, but not so. Because I think if there's anything that conversation convinced me about was that we have to be resilient. We have to find in our own hearts about what it is that we can do. So I'd like to share with you Caitlin's provocation to us in her music, because she wrote this song for us. And hopefully we can just kind of breathe deeply for the next 2 minutes or so, and just at least try to be inspired a bit. So with that, let's hear Caitlin's provocation.
Alphabet riders, electro spit, get it right, get it right, got the noise, full of light, bring the light. What if we all get to thrive? Global south to the north, feeling a real vibe, learning the seeds and things, breathing for green lives, leaning into survival with fresh air and clean lines, to pure water, rich soil, land and marine lives, and not take for granted any chance to see life. Tone down the want and the need to be right, then we can stop imagining what it could be like. One-time use is refusable. When things break, they're repairable, repurposeful. Cause what we got is a gift, and that's it. We're believing in what if we get it right. How happy would we all be if we could get it right? What if the scene is just more green and full of life? What will we do when we wake up and lock the noise? All across the world, we got some full of life. How happy would we all be if we could get it right? What if the scene is just more green and full of life? What will we do when we wake up and lock the noise? All across the world, watch us bring the light. What if we all tap in? Love is a moral compass, focus out from within. Nothing heart-centered, the smallest gaps to be filled in. Relocate and designate the reforestation. Really get invested in some regeneration of co-ops, gardens, and farms, and how not to fail them. When we excel, one of love will be even hailed in, and not have to question whether anything's changing. What we do now is ritual, letting loose all habitual spiritual. Cause what we got is a gift, and that's it. We're believing in what if we get it right. How happy would we all be if we could get it right? What if the scene is just more green and full of life? What will we do when we wake up and lock the noise? All across the world, we got some full of life. How happy would we all be if we could get it right? What if the scene is just more green and full of life? What will we do when we wake up and lock the noise? All across the world, watch us bring the light. Bring the light. Get it right. Full of life.
Thank you, Caitlin. And if you haven't gathered, those are images of our Harvard colleagues doing the work that we do every single day. So Caitlin questions, what if we could get it right? And I'll add, in a world that some days seems so desperately determined to get it wrong. And we all have to find the answer to that question. So if you're Caitlin, you write music. By the way, Caitlin's right over there. If you run GE Vernova, you push ahead on technologies. If you're in Congress, you try to find bipartisan solutions. If you're a law professor, and this was an amazing display of our colleagues, then you make clear what's going on in the world and try to make that voice heard so loudly that others will listen to it. But suppose, just suppose, that you're an econometrician. Suppose that you've written 100 papers in the best journals in our field, maybe another 40 in books. Maybe you are the leading econometrician and you have written the leading textbook in econometrics. And what if you have a stint in the White House? What are you going to do? Well, maybe you're going to transform your research and do more work on climate. But the last thing you want to do is to take on the job of wrangling, and I use that term carefully, wrangling faculty, administrators, donors, students, alumni, people like me, to try to move this agenda forward. That is a ridiculous job. And that is the job that Jim Stock has taken. And we are so glad that he has done that. And so I am pleased to let Jim bring us home. Jim, my boss, my colleague, and my inspiration. Over to you.
That is a ridiculously hard set of acts to follow. I have to say, I am always so impressed and so surprised by the enormous talents of our alumni and all of our colleagues. I'm really proud of everybody who participated today. People did such a fantastic job, and all I can do is say thank you very much, Peter. This is clearly an area that has been incredibly important to me. I made major career changes because I thought that it was possible, even for an economist, to make a difference, although Representative Peters did try to disabuse me of that. Thank you so much, and I do invite you to join us in the reception, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
To the south, catch your rainwater to fight the drought. Catch the flow from the east, mangrove restoration, slow and sea level breeze. The west side, they can get it.